this is working properly. How's everybody doing today? Hope the weekend is treating you well. Let's turn that music up a little bit more. It's probably very quiet. Hello, Dylan. How you doing? It's been a bit of a stressful weekend, so I'm not quite feeling up for like a round table or peasant's perspective. Don't wanna short temper to affect any feedback I give. So we're back to Pokemon, because I don't give a shit about if I get angry about Pokemon. And it's Gen 6 this time. Actually, the generation that got me back into Pokemon. The 3DS was the first, like, handheld system I actually owned myself. And I originally got, like, the Pokemon X, like, the blue, just like Xerneas is on the cover. It was my biggest foray into handheld gaming, so I should have a soft spot for this one. But I look at a lot of these, and I feel very little, so we'll see how that all shakes up. Okay, and then we might also do Mega Evolutions. I am, as of, undecided. But we'll see, we'll see. Just like last time, I'm going to very quickly just briefly scroll through these, because I always move them around a little bit between streams. Just, I think it makes for a more like natural placement. If when you revisit these, you're like, oh, this doesn't feel quite right. Let me move this up or down a few places. Doesn't make for much consistency, but it makes me happy. Makes me feel like I'm getting somewhere with how I rank these. God, there's so many in Gen 5. And then Gen 6 is just surprisingly sparse by comparison. Okay. Let's get into this nonsense. Alright, so before we start with Gen 6, I think overall, this splice between generations has the biggest stylistic change for obvious reasons. It's going from 2D to 3D, and I think that there has never been something that has harmed, like, Pokemon creature design more than the jump to 3D. Because no longer are you having kind of the artistic liberty of just creating the coolest looking sprite that you can think of, and leaving it to the audience to kind of fill in the gaps between them. No. You gotta have a 3D model that's constantly moving. And Pokemon is not very good at 3D animation. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't think Creatures Incorporated, I don't think it's one of their strong suits. So instead of having these really dynamic poses, you've just kind of got these very sedentary, just idle animations. And I think it hurts so many Pokemon so severely. And it also results in a lack of detail in the Pokemon designs. Like where you'd have something like Arcanine or Flareon with the huge tufts of hair. You get a lot more just kind of texture differences for hair. Like, you can see this for almost every feathered Pokemon. Instead of like having different colors of feathers, it just changes between colors. And I don't think it looks as good. Of course, there are exceptions to this, and the exceptions are generally the better Pokemon in the respective generations. But from this point onward, I think there is a definitive, like, drop in quality. But let's get into the actual Pokemon, now that I've rambled about just the 3D models in general. Chespin! Okay, you gotta have to remind me, because I don't even remember what the hell this thing is supposed to be. Where's the trivia? Based on a hedge... No. Shaman is based off of a hedgehog. Very clearly based off of a hedgehog. What? I thought it was something else. What about this Scream's hedgehog? It's got like 6 quills. Oh, I'm sorry, 7 quills. 7 quills. I don't like this thing. I think it's genuinely hard to tell it's supposed to be a grass type. Like, it's got, like, I guess you're supposed to interpret that the little nubs are leaves. But if you, like, look at its shiny form, like, what about this Scream's? Scream's a grass type. It looks ridiculous. I also do genuinely think it just kind of looks ridiculous. It looks like it's got a hat on. Just kind of this weird... Yeah, you can't... I see hoodie. You can't really... I don't know if hoodie works. It almost looks like... Gosh, what are those things called? That really closely wrap around your body, but it's only like the back half. What do you look for, like, from the back? I never picked Chespin, because I thought it was hideous. And I still think it's hideous. No, yeah, that looks even worse. It's just a solid color with a weird, random orange tip. I don't know what it is with the grass-type Pokemon going forward, but they always have this little extra just orange something for no reason. Like, I'm thinking of Grookey right now, where it just has orange, like, gloves, and it looks so bizarre, because it just stands out so harshly. Now, it's not as bad here. But else, I don't like this thing. I think it looks dumb. Not a strong start. Now, I'm not going to put it down all the way in Wonder Traits. I don't think it's the most hideous thing in the world. Like, it's still cute. But God, you look dumb. You look so dumb. And then it gets to Quilladin. Which just... It almost gets into the point where it's so bad it's fun. Oh God, from the back it looks even worse. Like, it almost gets into ironic enjoyment. Oh, in the anime it looks even worse! No! It's just this hideous... just ball with really awkward... You can't really even call them spines because there's so few of them. It's just got 3 tips on, so it can't even roll around like a ball. And again, like, instead of having, like, textures like you'd have in, like, a 2D sprite, they just go for a blank surface with just the texture map has been colored in different ways to denote that, oh yeah, that it's spiny. Sure, can't you see the brown flat surface that's trying to denote spines? And from behind, it's just hideous. I think this thing is just outright ugly. This gets into Graveler, just got away safely. I think this thing is so ugly. And you start leveling up, hoping it ends up somewhere decent. And to its credit, it's at least... it's novel. It's something. I don't... like, I get what they're going for with Generation 6. It's kind of supposed to be a RPG class system. You've got this, like, big, beefy paladin kind of character with Chesnaught. Delphox is the mage, and then Greninja is obviously the ninja. Love Coolidge for how dumb it looks. It does look... It is a kind of lovable dumb, but I don't think it is lovable enough to be... to make up for just the absurd hideousness that it is. But no, I really won't think about... I want to get to the final option. I feel like Underwater German is just not worth it. Nah, I get you. Like, you see for the other, like... second stage starters, like between the Ivysaurs, the Groviles, like, I think even, like, Bayleaf, it's a weaker one, but before now, like, Book has done a half-decent job with the grass starters, but this one is just awful. I hate it. Chesnaught at least has some interesting stuff to it. Unfortunately, I think the design is also just kind of just ugly in general. It's got 3D Pokemon spikes, which means they're kind of just haphazardly spliced around. Like, I think this would look so much better if you, like, shrank the spikes and then made it so there's, like, 4 times as many. Like, is there another Pokemon I can compare it to for, like, a better spiked turtle shell? Blastoise is a flat one. Yeah, that doesn't work. But if you went for kind of a, oh yeah, Bowser! Bowser's a great thing to point to. Yeah, it's a perfect Doxer, right? If it was like more of a Bowser shell, I think it would look so much better. But just having the 4, I think, looks awkward. It makes the top of the shell look just kind of ugly. And I don't know what the hell is going on with the hands. Like, the 3 claws with... it's like just the 2 separate spikes. So many of the 3 model designs in Pokemon from this point forward just look like spikes were kind of haphazardly just plastered around. I think this thing would look so much better if it was less humanoid. Like that, oh god, in the anime especially. Look at that. Just, oh! Ew! No, thank you. It needs... okay, god, how do I even rank this? Because I feel like there's an idea here. And I think the idea could be so cool if it just didn't look... if it just didn't look so bad. I know that's weird to say, but... no, I don't even think it needs to be on all 4s. I think it would look so much better for those human. Clip that and repeat. Well, yes. I think you could say that for a lot of these, but... this might be a one... hold on. Chesnaught redesign. I'm sure somebody's gone. Yeah! Okay, I don't hate that. Like, giving it some actual art... I still... well... I think that's better, at least. I think that has the same issue with just not having enough spikes. That one! I know it's being shown as like a mega, but oh, that looks sick. Can I get any that go for more of a... yo! Okay, now we're talking. Now it's got like a little bit more detail on it. I love the shield. I love... yeah, okay. I'm feeling more confident in my viewpoint here. There's an idea here that you can build off of into some really cool, just extra stuff. But what it is now, it looks... it's just kind of bland. Like they took the most basic idea. That's just Monster Hunter armor. But it looks like pretty good Monster Hunter armor. That's a bit much. But no, there's... oh, hello. What was that one? Okay, well, this is just a superior idea all around for the entire line. As it stands, I think it's probably the best of the three. But I think it's still very haphazard. I was disappointed when I saw it. I wish it was better. It could have been so much better. What's your posture for the Emperor's new groove? I can't. You know what? Yeah, I can see it. Oh, that's good. That's really good. You put Chespin higher? I think Chespin is less offensive, but I also think it's so basic and it just isn't trying to do anything. I think Chesnaught is uglier, but I at least respect that it's trying to do something. Also, I keep in mind that this is, like, 3D animation Pokemon now. I'm trying to keep in mind that this... Yeah, this. I think the fact that it actually brings its arms together and forms a shield, I think that's neat. That little bit of novelty is enough to put it over Chespin for me. Just barely. Like, I think they're still overall negative. Fun fact, Chespin is the first mammal grass starter. Oh yeah, that is true. Not the strongest of starts. And it's not gonna give... well, Rillaboom's at least better. Okay, that's next. Fennekin. Oh... The fire starters are just not going to... There's going to be so many of, like, what's the elemental connection? Oh, it's guts! It's got, like, some tuft that kind of resembles fire. That's enough. That's enough, right? To its credit, I think it's fine as just, like, if this was a normal type, I think I'd be more okay with it. But as a fire type, it is just red. It is red, therefore it is fire. It is Fox. And which is an idea that they've already done before, too. Like, I think Vulpix is so much of a stronger design. Where is Vulpix? Am I just blind? Oh, right at the top of everything. Yeah, like, it's got, like, both the tails kind of being Kitsune, but also given the idea of smoke. I think Fennekin's just worse. I think I would still put it Everstone, despite saying that, because it catches that sort of Pokemon, like, oh, you're cute, I want to take care of you, I want to raise you. But that's the beginning and end of the sentence. Like, you are a cute animal. Also decent shiny. I'll give it the shiny. I like the gray coloration. Oh god, oh god, realistic. Don't like that. No thank you. No thank you whatsoever. How do you compare the fire elements compared to Vulpix? That's a good question. I'll look at both of you for a second. As fire Pokemon, probably about equal if we're exclusively looking at the fire element. I think Vulpix is stronger overall, because I think the extra tufts that are part of the Fox actively, like, it's a nice flow of the design, where I find that the overly large, like, tufty tail and this the stupid fire ear, I think looks so dumb. I guess Fennekin has maybe a bit stronger coloration in terms of communicating fire. Vulpix is just kind of orange in general, but you got the reds, you got the yellows. It kind of speaks to, okay, this is the fiery coloration. But I think Vulpix just looks better, and the Vulpix has like the mythological ties as well. And then we It's a Braixen. Which... oh, how do I even talk about this Pokemon? Disregarding just basic degeneracy that rises from this Pokemon. There's an idea here that I don't hate. Like, generally I don't like it when Pokemon evolve just alongside just... like, I don't like it when you evolve to have, like, an object. I hate Machoke's belt. I hate Conkeldurr always having, like, a steel... which one's Conkeldurr? Is that the girder? I have no idea. But you know what I'm talking about. This Pokemon makes me slightly uncomfortable. I don't like... I think it's the hips. The hips just make me slightly question the person that designed it, but if I can divorce myself from that... I think it's okay. Gosh, this is a hard one to talk about. I think the ear hair is still so stupid, but, I do like the idea of a fire-type Pokemon being fire because it's just lighting brush on fire. That's fun. I really enjoy that. It is also evolving into a Psychic type, so I can forgive the more humanoid natures a little bit more than I normally would. $87.5%. I've never realized them. Okay. Sure, that's great. Oh, that's funny. This on Fox, Fennec Fox, Kitsune. Now I don't pull Kitsune, and you've already done way better Kitsune Pokemon. Rageous, Resident, moving from one of my schoolgirls. Fennec Foxes regulate their temperature using their ears, so it kind of fits. Don't know where ear hair plays into it, though. Braixen is a legit Sailor Moon magical girl. How is Milk Mist? You know what? Yeah, that's relevant. Let's... Pokken Braixen trailer. Sure, let's watch this. Videos. Sure. Mute this. Hello, Abdallah. Just want to see this in motion. Using Pokken does kind of feel like cheating. But yeah, in motion it doesn't like... Where's your super? There it is. Further, right here. Back a little bit more. Sorry. Yes. Hang on. Okay, second question. Fennekin line. Anybody else ever done... Gosh, even the redesigns look just slightly unsettle me. Oh, that's sick, though! I think actually lighting the ears on fire. It still looks weird, but I do think that looks better. I like that significantly more. I think the comparison to Sailor Moon kind of hit me for it, because it's... What's everybody else saying about it? Probably something I haven't gotten to the water starters. Part of me feels like the generation decided random, and I think it's somewhat at one point. Prank. Angular. That sort of defined breaks in a lot. I mean, it shows the vision. It shows the vision. We know you hate anime. It's okay. Guilty as charged. Making the vents almost like vents. Yeah, something like that. If you're going with the Fennec Fox, just regulation. I'm not sure how much the Inkay did. The only way to look at this mon. I think it's too much of an anime character for me. I think, in terms of the ideas that this entire starter line is trying to go for, I think Braixen is the second best at communicating them, because the first is obviously Greninja by a landslide. Gosh. Because if it was for me just personally, I would get rid of this immediately. Just because I don't like this aesthetic in general. But I think for the aesthetic it's trying to do, it's fine. And I do genuinely like the idea of the brush fire. Using that as some kind of arcane focus. Ear hair is still ugly as fuck, though. I think I feel good about HM Slave. I think Fennekin's better, but I think Braixen definitely overshadows like the entirety of the Grassler line. I think we're good there. Yeah, it's not on Lopunny level. I agree with that. Okay. Delphox. Okay, before anything, this thing's 3D sprite does it no favors. Just very rigidly standing there. I think this thing is so much better when it's allowed to give a more... Oh, God, the anime is... I was about to compliment you, but I hate that expression. No, thank you. When you have it, let it have a little bit more of a dynamic pose, it's not as bad. But God, I hate both Braixen and Delphox. And we'll see this with a lot of Pokemon moving forward. The way its face is laid out kind of forces its design on it. It's much more of a character than it is a creature, which is something I've complained about before and will complain about later. I think it's a better realization. I like that it actually has some detail. Like, they actually try to make, like, the way its fur is laid out mesh with the mage design. Still kind of on the nose. Delphox would teach me how to spell and have the voice of Mr. Ratburn from Arthur. This is a person with a job and a life. Only real fox part of it is its head. Yeah, we're gonna get that a lot with Pokemon moving forward. Like, this isn't really a creature. It's a person with a fox head on it, and that's kind of it. Would be even more on the nose if it had a hat, probably. And also, again, why the ear hair? This might actually look better if it just didn't have the ear hair. I think the ear hair looks so stupid. It just keeps getting worse with each evolution. Especially with the Unite one. Delphox redesign. I'm curious, specifically with this. Oh, that doesn't change much. Does look a little better, though. I think it has a lot of the same design flaws, but I think as a character, that just looks better. Yeah, with a hat, no, that doesn't work for me. This is just what if Zootopia was set in the 1500s. God, it really is the face. Even when you change it to be more animalistic, the face just... Yeah, I don't even like most of these redesigns that much. That's not horrible. Made it really spindly, kind of gets that psychic vibe in. I like that a little bit more. Yeah. I think, based on the direction that they went for this, I'm just not a fan of this line in general. Its branch was a full staff. Would that be an improvement? Not particularly. That gets too much into evolving specific implements. I like that they look like branches that were picked up off of the ground. If it evolved into a specific looking staff, I dock points for that. God, for the design, it functions. I think it's at least better than Chesnaught. But I still don't like it. Still think Delphox is ugly. I agree. I just don't think it's as offensive. You know, maybe the answer is to move the gaps around. I might move these down into Wonder Trade once I get more Pokemon to compare with. So I think it's so just if you're gonna do it, make it a staff. If it looked some kind of... If they leaned into the psychic element of it. But I think I just like the staff more. I'll complain with this with Rillaboom later when we get to the Gen 9. But I hate when a Pokemon evolves the specific implements. I should ask, the need for these starters to fit the RPG class stick detrimental to all of them? Absolutely. I think, with the exception of Gen 7, I still don't like Gen 7s, but I think they at least... they're decent character designs. I think the obsession with themes moving forward for Pokemon has just been to its detriment. Face when the animals that invent tool use have tools. There's using tool use, and then there's having a shitty design with them. You don't get points for just having the idea. You gotta pull it off. Okay, Froakie. This thing's supposed to be bubbles, right? Yes. Gives itself a bubble hood. So, Froakie's always struck me as such a, I think it's the proportions. Have always struck me as a little bit bizarre, but I don't hate this thing. This is the one I chose. I think I gravitated towards it because the thematic here isn't nearly as on the nose as the other ones. And I think the idea of hiding itself in foam is genuinely really neat. Like, obviously, this entire line is the best of this generation. Let me see you... maybe what you look like from... I think... the only thing that's giving me a hang-up is I wish that the eyes were a little less just... take 3D models of eyes and stick them on its head. If it was just a little bit more... just less stapled on, I think this would be a Pokerus for me, no question. But it's good. It's good. I like Froakie. I like this entire line. And then Frogadier is excellent. Fixes those issues, looks very sleek. Like, this Frogadier is an easy S tier for me. Like Frogadier's design more than Greninja's? I actually agree with you. I think Frogadier looks fantastic. Was Frog of all of our Pokemon frogs? You know what? That's true! I've never thought about that, but it's kind of... Yeah, because, like, you have the Poliwag line, you have the, oh gosh, I can't even remember, Timpo line? It took this long to actually just go for proper frogs. Yeah, and Frogadier looks fantastic. Enjoy that immensely. Oh, Lucas. Greninja. I think it still looks great. The tongue is slightly on the nose for me. And I've never liked that it throws just straight up shurikens. I wish they were more just discs. I feel like it would make it mesh with the world a little bit more. Why am I going down through Greninja's thing? I know Greninja. Is there a love-hate relationship? What we would get later down the line with the water starters. Only for Frog and Pokemon, that's great. I think that's pretty rare. So I can't stand Greninja. I blame this thing for giving us Inteleon. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. Just curious what other people have done with this. That's worse. I do like the foam scarf more than the tail. Oh, that's beautiful. Love that. That's just straight up a scarf. Don't like that as much. I feel like the tongue is a little too on the nose. I don't like the idea of this frog that's just constantly... Because, like, how does that even work? Why would you... That's so silly. Yeah, I think I'd knock it down for the tongue. But I still think it's a sleek design. Like, you're happy with Greninja when you evolve it into it. The tongue's kind of stupid. Hate his arms? No, I like those. I like the, more bulbous, like, joining points for, like, the elbows and the knees. It's the least humanoid of these, which is, it's still pretty humanoid, but that might just because it's, like, constantly hunched down. Oh, I meant Inteleon's arms. Okay, that makes way more sense. You wish you didn't ditch the foam from superior forms? I agree. Still in a good way, I don't think I would agree with that. Like, maybe if it was part of an animation, where it would, like, stick the tongue out and it would wrap around its head for a second before coming back. Does that feel better? I think I just need more Pokemon on here. Ever see Greninja stand up straight super? Yeah, the one taunt where it will stand completely straight up, that doesn't look as good. But since it always stays low to the ground, it gives you kind of more of a, like the classic frog, just kind of layout of its body. Don't like the angular head? I think it's fine. I see a design where it doesn't do that. Not really. What on earth? That's a completely different Pokemon. But for a regional variant, I mean that's not bad. That looks decent. What gave you that? That's worse. Yeah, see, people keep sticking with the super sharp features. Which, again, is another just... It's a 3D model now, you're going to see that a lot. Yeah, I agree with most of the things that people are saying. I just don't think it hurts it enough. Bottom of A, maybe top of B. Let's get more. And see how we start feeling with context. Bunnelby. That sure is a bunny. Like, you wanted to make a rabbit, you made a rabbit. I do think the idea of a rabbit that burrows using its ears, I think that's a cute idea. I think it kind of looks just a little dopey. But it's inoffensive. Ish. Well, I'm looking at it from the back. Gosh, it's a problem with so many. You could have made this like some kind of tuft or something like that, but it's a 3D model, so it is just a flat texture with a color change, and I hate that so much. Or this is described as a Looney Tunes character, and I cannot unsee it. It's a bunny. It's a rather inoffensive bunny. It's kind of cute. I wish they did more with the ears. I think the 3-finger ears look a little gross right now. Maybe if you did a... So it was more of like a, I guess a carapace? That might look a little better. Or give them more defined fingers. I think it just looks a little odd as is right here. Do you like the little collar though? I think that's a nice touch. It's cute. And then this bastard. What? What is the midriff supposed to be? Our doesn't have boulders and these have construction sites. It's powerful ears. No, this is all going to be about its ears, isn't it? Yep. Like, are you taking the idea of like a rabbit's tuft? Like, why? What is with the weird barrel wool around just the midsection? I will say, if Quilladin kind of launches into ironic enjoyment, this goes so heavily into ironic enjoyment. It's so stupid, but it's so funny. Sensei resembles a Haramaki. Okay, I need to see what this looks like. Oh, it's a little... Oh, okay. Well, sure. Diggersby looks like he's sleazy, but is actually a good dad who supports his son Meryl's stop trying to summon time. It's certainly different. I'll give him that. This rabbit with really muscular arms that dig through the earth. We're gonna be looking at a lot of just redesigns to see if other people have. Oh, I like that. That's cute. Almost goes too adorable now, though. I like the energy Diggersby is giving off. Like, yeah, something like this. Just get rid of the weird midriff. I don't think that looks good at all. Oh my god. Weird Pokemon. Weird Pokemon. Like the Diggersby for like personality. Yeah, definitely one of those Pokemon that's designed like very heavily as a character over a creature. Like I've worked with Diggersbys before at the Steelyard. I've met this person. Sure you found at your local gay bar. Get out here and see how you're winning, son. No, I see where you come from. Looks like he's standing in the cockpit of a digger. Yeah. Wait, it's bent his arms looking. He's at a control panel. Just put next. I like you more than these. I like you more than Braixen. I think I like you more than Bunnelby. But God, the midriff is so... I think it's literally just that. I think the idea here is hilarious. Honestly, I wish the ears were bigger. Like, if it could outright just stand itself up and lift itself up on its ears. Almost like, give it like a simian stance. Make it almost like a Cloverfield monster-esque creature, but it's just Diggersby. Better construction theme Pokemon than last gens. Oh, yeah, but have you... Like, the worst of the worst is not a very high bar. Whereas Ludicolo, I think he's... I would not compare him to Ludicolo. Ludicolo is phenomenal. I think Ludicolo works on every level. I think Diggersby is just kinda ugly, but he's also fun. And I'm having a hard time deciding where to put him for that. Also the music stopped. 1 second. Oh no, it's just a really quiet theme. Never mind. Let's get some battle themes. 1 second. I'm going for atmospheric Gen 6 music. I want something more upbeat. There we go. Oh yeah, that xylophone. Literally just a rabbit. It is not on Instant Wonder trait. No! I think I'm gonna leave him here for now. I gotta sit with a lot of these. I feel like I might just kind of drop everything. What about there? Does that feel better? Not really. I at least enjoy Diggersby is the thing. I don't really enjoy the rest of these. But he's so ugly. Where's Purugly? Where'd I put Purugly? Shinies. Okay, okay. Of course, it's also supposed to be ugly. Does that feel better? I don't know! Ah! We're gonna leave Diggersby for a second. This is hurting my head. Okay, Fletchling. Fletchling, sure. Basic bird. Basic burb. My god, if he's... This is a perfect example of what the transition to 3D did. Because compare this to Pidgey, which, like, is also still basic burb, but you've got some detail there. You can see that this thing is a creature. This thing is just... like, you took a sphere, you kind of punched it in the back, and then you attached some feathers, and voila, is a Pokemon. Actually, no, yeah, this is where basic creatures start dropping into the lower tiers for me. Where Pidgey is just an HM slave, I would put Fletchling, like, on the tier below. Because not only is it just a basic burb, it is a lazy basic burb, and I don't like that. Like, it's just egg. It's just egg. There's nothing there. You'd have maybe like a little crest or a tuft to hint that it'll become a fire-type Pokemon later down the line, but no. Don't like it. What is? I know Talonflame. I can't remember the name. Fletchinder. Fletchinder's better. Fletchinder actually looks pretty cool. Fixes the problem I just had. Still don't like the little chest thing. That's just painting. There's no texture there. I think that always looks bad. But much better. Fletchinder is a significant improvement. I think maybe bottom Everstone? I think he'll look better as a bird than Fennekin does as a fox. I think this entire thing is kind of the lower end of B tier. Yeah, that feels better. That feels better. And then Talonflame. Talonflame, I think, is a Pokemon that is hurt by that thing I was just talking about. How there is no texture. You're just painting a flat surface with different colors to kind of mimic the effects of texture, and I think that just looks bad. Because I think there's definitely elements of here that work for me. I really like the pattern on the tail. I think the flame pattern on the wings is super duper lazy. But, like, there's stuff here. I think Fletchinder was so much better. Also, like, you're trying to do a Phoenix again when we have, like, Ho-Oh's right there and is so much better. Talonflame redesign. We better see some sick things here. Yeah, like, come on, you can do so much more with this. Even just giving it some of that texture makes it look better. But when it's just flat surfaces painted on details, I just think that looks bad. Not even a Phoenix Release Ruler, just a Hawk that's on fire, yeah. Look at the Japanese name of this guy. What is the Japanese name of Talonflame? Fire. Fire-O. Like Fear-O, but they lit it on fire. Honestly, Fear-O, I think, is a little bit better as a design. Like Talonflame, you're not looking at that. Yes, that's a perfect way of putting it. If you're just looking at it from above, I think it looks pretty decent. From below, just the gray polka dots, just no. I think where's some of the other birds? Where's Pidgeot and Fear-O? God, even just looking at these, the nice textures on the wings, you can individually see the feathers of the crests as well. That looks so much better than just flat. I might drop that for that. Does that feel a bit better? Something like that? Now, maybe we'll come back to that. This gen is going to have issues with looking better or worse in certain perspectives. It sure is. It sure is. Alright, Scatterbug. That's... There are so many good bugs in Pokemon. I don't think this is one of them. There's the weird Bucktooth level 3 tufts of hair. After having so much fun with so many of the bugs before this thing just kinda... Oh god, in the yeah! Yeah! No! I'm trying to avoid the phallic joke, but it's really, really hard. But what's the like tuft around its neck? How that covers it. It's supposed to be powder. Sure. Yeah, that communicates powder. Especially when they go to Spupa and they just try to communicate that with like little boxes. I get what they're just going for with this line, since the Silk Bug is supposed to be tying with Gen 6's theme of fashion. And it does that by being a Silkworm, and that's about it. I mean, honestly, like, you say that, but I think... like, the Sawaddle line even does that better. Because it's actually making clothes for the whole line. By actively pursuing a line, they're doing it worse than the previous gen did by accident going for that. Like, this, it's just... it's just bad. It's just bad. Spupa, you just cut off the head and gave it a... okay, the fact that I can spike out. I never used one of these in Gen 6. That's a little better, I guess? But the fact that they try to communicate this with, like, these little flat paper boxes really, really knocks it down from me. I just think it looks dumb. We'll see. Not a bad shiny. I like the inverted colors. Looks like a shitty Hollow Knight OC. A Carpet Moth. That's it. I know what Silkworm cocoons look like, though. It's just... yeah. It does more effort than most cocoon Pokemon and looks less interesting for it. That's a great way of putting it. One does show that this whole pavilion having so many wing patterns like pieces of clothing. Looks like a pet sheet. I think I at least like it a little bit more than Scatterbug. Like, I stopped to look at this, at least. I think it looks bad, but it doesn't look... just dumb. Yeah, something like that. Something like that. But Pavilion saves the line. I will agree with that. I do think... it's a bit of basic butterfly, but it is a pleasant butterfly, and I enjoy the fact that you can get it into so many different patterns. I think that's a really nice touch. I wish that the different patterns meant something at all. But I do think that's neat. Like, it's a fun, nice touch that elevates the Pokemon over just being a basic butterfly. Still think Fletchinder looks better. Feeling is just the most recognizable traits of a butterfly combined with the most interesting thing about them not already done with Butterfree. I can see that. I do wish they'd maybe try to tie an element into it. Because the fact that you're going after the butterfly again, when there's been multiple in the series already. I enjoy the different patterns, but maybe, like, maybe the patterns can do different elements, do a little bit of a, I don't know, a Genesect drive thing? I don't know. It is at least a pleasant butterfly. We'll give it that. Litleo. That sure is the Lion Cub. Can you tell it's a Fire-type Pokemon? It's really, really subtle. I mean that unironically. Like, what the hell about this is supposed to communicate fire? It's got just a little tuft on its tail that kinda looks like a cartoonish flame, and then the slightest of mohawks that is orange because fire. Kind of the same, in the same vein of Fennekin. I do think this is at least a little more pleasant to look like. It doesn't have any stupid ear hair. But it is also, like, just so unbelievably simple. Like, this looks more teddy bear than Lion Cub. Oh, compared to Shinx is a good point of comparison. Thank you for bringing that up. Where'd I put Shinx? There, yeah. Yeah, it is almost just okay fire variant of Shinx. Definitely below Diggersby. I think Diggersby is more fun. Like, I think Fennekin's design is messier. But, like, you at least got the color contrast and some amount of texture work. Do I like basic bunny or basic lion cub? I think the basic bunny is doing a little bit more for me. Like, it's just... It's too boring. It's an HM slave through and through. Pyroar. For a Fire Lion, being the best that you can come up with is just to color the mane. I think it's just it's lame. How do I compare this to Arcanine? Oh, Arcanine blows it out of the water. Like, for one thing, you've got the whole Shisa comparisons with Arcanine, which make it so much more interesting. It has fantastic texture work the whole way through. It's not just this super blank, just naked 3D object. I can kind of see what they're going for with, like, it's running so fast that it's causing speed behind, like, it's causing, like, flames behind it. You kind of get that a little bit with the tufts of hair going off its back. Whereas Pyroar, it's just... It is fire because its mane looks like fire. The manes light up when they attack or use a move. That's true, right? Yeah, you can kind of see that there. Oh, gosh. Every anime shot I see of the Gen 6 Pokemon makes me like them a little less. Where the anime was used to be bringing these 2D sprites to life, now they are bringing animated 3D sprites to life, and it just looks so much worse. It's a flat... Yeah, right. Exactly. Like, compare how flat this mane is. Just the massive scrolling tuft of Arcanine. I bet you, I'm gonna Google Pyro redesign, and there's gonna be some badass redesigns of this thing. Okay. I was expecting more, not gonna lie. That's a bit too busy. Weirdly, they kind of all make it a tiger instead of a lion? I don't like the flames coming off its butt. But, like, why not have a fire mane? That would look cool. Honestly, come on, Poké artists. I was expecting more from you. There's so many lines in mythology that could have pulled from any of them. Exactly, right? I think these two are definitely frustration. Maybe about right there. I also think just the female version is just objectively worse. Like, obviously, I get it. Male lions have the manes, the females don't, but, like, you could have done something, like, something fun with them. They're more of the pack hunters. Maybe make them, go slightly, Nidoqueen to Nidoking and make them, change up the body structure a little bit. Put the fire on their claws, maybe, or give them, like, fiery fangs, or just... something. I don't know, for a fire lion, it's lame. And that disappoints me. But hey, Flabébé! I genuinely like Flabébé. Coming off of the fantastic Fey grass types in Gen 5, I mean, maybe that was even what inspired the kind of push for overall fairy type. They just keep going with that trend, and I think Flabébé looks genuinely great. Another fun thing with the varying color palettes. It's just a little fairy-like creature carrying on a flower. I think that's genuinely adorable. I think both this one and Floette. Floette in particular is absolutely adorable. I love Floette. Like, you can understand why the one dude, yes, thank you for that, got so upset when his little friend died. Because it is genuinely adorable. I think this is the best one so far. What's an Az's Floette? It's just different colorations, right? Oh no, it's got the little different kind of flower. What is that? Literally just a different flower? I think it's neat. I think it looks good. It's not a grass type. Yeah, I know. But, like, it might as well be. And I still think it's strong for the same sort of reasons that all of the Gen 5 variants of this kind of idea were. I think Flabébé is a bit... Yeah, we're about to get to there. Oh, you mean... Oh! Well... You know what? Fair point. Fair point. I've never thought about that before. Okay, now that you've pointed that out to me, it kind of makes me wish that instead of just kind of holding on to the flower, Flabébé was directly blooming from the flower. Like, commit and make it a grass type. It already looks like one. And then once it has been plucked, it still carries its flower. It's kind of cocoon around with it. I don't know, maybe that's part of the Pokedex entry. No, not really. Anything in Flabébé's. Flower Flabébé holds is most likely part of its body. As you left apple in the Lombard has found and received power from a flower. It's a shame. I think there's an idea there. But they don't go with it. Then it merges with the cocoon again. Maybe I just... Or maybe you write it so that Florges is now growing other Flabébés. Like, these are other various cocoons that will eventually drop off and become their own Flabébés. I don't know. Do I drop them? I think I'll drop Flabébé a little bit for that, because I think the overall idea there could be a little bit stronger. Because these two are extremely similar to each other. But I still think they're both good. Florges, I'm not as much of a fan of. It's a bit much, I think. There's just... You go from a lot of haphazard detail to just kind of nothing, and then kind of half-hearted detail with the leaves on the bottom. I guess it's the body. It is a bit of the body language, too. Like the kind of just awkward, like... What would you call that? Just sort of like it's permanently bent over a makeup counter. Is the vibe I'm getting from this thing. Like, this is the Narcissus of Pokemon right now. I'm just picturing a mirror in front of it at all times. Flor's got a bit of an improvement in Pokemon Snap. Where is the Snap picture of this? Different colorations are still cool. You know what? First anime shot that I haven't hated the Pokemon more from it. That's not bad. Do you kind of dig the idea of a Great Fairy from Zelda? Yeah, you know, that's a good point of comparison, yeah. It does kind of give Great Fairy vibes. Oh, the back sprite, though. Oh, that doesn't look good. Another example of just, like, certain angles do not do these Pokemon justice. Because when you see it from the back and it's just the naked blank color from behind. This was a Pokemon designed to be viewed from the front. Also, when you... I really don't like how just very awkwardly spliced these two V leaves are from its base. That just looks odd. What is that based off of? I'm sure that's like some sort of fashion thing. Berry sniffs, flower, spy structure was the hyacinth flower. Lilacs design also designed. Oh yeah, this does they have. They didn't click with me, but yeah, this is totally kind of mermaid-esque. Oh, well, yeah, okay, that explains the leaves. That's literally just what it is. Okay. I almost wish I could just cut the bottom half off of it entirely. Just make it kind of a flowing stem that just kind of floats in the air. Like, hang on. I'm gonna snip this. Can I just... No? Erase? Come on. I've never used the snipping tool for this before. Okay, no, it's not gonna let me do that. Don't use snipping tools enough. But if I just, like... I just made that a stem? Something like that. I feel like there's... Sorry, I'm curious. I'm taking a detour. Second, file save as largest. We just kind of maybe like make it snake-like almost. And then kind of... Nope. Give me a brush. Green. Kind of went off from here. I don't know. Like, something like that, maybe? Would have been a bit better. Imagine if there are unbloomed flowers in the bloom temple. Oh, that'd be excellent! Oh! Definitely agree with that. Okay, conduit for snatch your energy or something. Yeah, oh, okay. I think... I'm gonna put it at the top of HM Slave. I think there's ideas here, but there's almost overcommitting to the specific plants they're trying to reference here. I feel like if they tried to more smoothly evolve from the line that they're going with here, which I think Flabébé could have been a better starting point for that too, I think this would be a fantastic Pokemon. Unfortunately, I think they're committing a little too hard to the fashion theme that's so prevalent in Gen 6. Okay, Skiddo! Honestly, it's kind of just great. Like, a bit simplistic, but you can tell that it's supposed to be like a leaf kind of garner around it. It's an adorable goat. Like, I'll put it all the way up here. Maybe even better than the Flabébé. I think it's fantastic. It's a good goat. I'd want the slightest bit more from the grass elements to get into Pokerus, but I still think it looks great. He's a friend. One of the friendliest friends in Gen 6. I think Gogoat is a pretty satisfying evolution to it. Still kind of wish it did a little bit more than just bush. Well, for what they're working with in Gen 6, Does this feel better? Maybe, like, this is, like, the bottom of S tier. I do wish they did a little bit more with the grass typing, but that's more the limitations, the self-imposed limitations of the 3D model. And even with the 3D model, I still think they look great. I think these two are fun. Alright. Pancham! That sure is a panda. Props though for having a fighting type Pokemon that doesn't look like the dumbest thing ever. Like, I don't hate this thing. It's simplistic. But it's fine. It's cute. I want to take care of it. Captures that kind of... That's a good comparison point. Just that kind of simplistic sort of like the Totodiles, the... Second example. I don't know why I gravitated to Totodile, but it gets that vibe of just like, okay, here's this little mischievous friend. Oh, I want to take care of this thing. I want to see what he evolves into. Don't like the flat texture work, but it's fine. It's a panda. That actually kind of does fit for pandas because they are... That's literally what pandas are. They just... There isn't really any texture work. They are just very... Literally, just go from black to white. Pangoro. I think this is going to be another one that it depends on the angle you're viewing it from. God, this is one that I think if it had been made in a prior generation, I think this would look amazing. But the fact it's got such a simplistic little cape cloak thingamabobber, I'm curious. Kangoro design. Now that's why red. That no. No thank you, but that's hilarious. Yeah, making it a little more realistic, that looks better. Chesnaught still looks awful, but that looks better. Okay, you know what? I thought I was gonna look for the redesigns for something better, but no, they're kind of just selling me on it. Wait, why does it have the Monado? Sure. Oh yeah, and seeing the emote too, that helps a lot too. Okay, no, yeah, it's selling me on it. It's selling me on it. Let's see if there's any more shots from the anime in here. Weirdly, by being that kind of grumpy dark-type Pokemon, they don't commit so hard to an expression that you can't imagine it emoting in other ways. I think that's actually working very well in its favor. You know what, yeah, Pangoro, I like you. I like you. Oh yeah, and the evolution method. I forgot about that. Remind me, it's because it has to, have a dark-type Pokemon in the party. Just gets exposed to, yeah, like you said, it's literally a bad influence. I like you. I like you a lot, actually. I didn't realize that before. I think right here. And it's only not in S tier because it's was designed as a 3D model. I think when you view it from behind, it just looks kind of bad. Like the super flat blank texture. But if this was like a Gen 4 Pokemon, this would be an easy S tier. Oh, card art! That's a good point. Do I have... Yeah. Nope, they're not here. Hang on. Pangoro card art. Okay, that's sick though. Punching the camera. Yeah, most angles look pretty good. It's just when you see it like this, a little blank. Yeah, okay, I feel confident about the placement. We're good. Furfrou. That is a poodle. Sure is. That's the correct dog, right? Yeah, okay. The most heavily designed around the fashion theme. But you know what? It is a poodle. Oh, that's fun. Tying it into Pokemon Go with the different regions for forms. Genuinely like that. So I don't like poodles. And I'm trying to mentally work around that for this. Because I think it is one of the few Pokemon designs where so heavily theming it around real world stuff works, because it's literally what we do with Poodles in the real world. For the theme that Generation 6 is trying to go for, I think this is the Pokemon that fits it the best. It was designed specifically around it, and it works because of that. Have I seen the Arceus Furfrou? What? Here. Arceus. That's how you spell Arceus. Furfrou. Okay, you know what? Bonus points for that. That's amazing. You know what? I'll give you credit, Furfrou. I think it's one of the only times Gen 6 benefits from the design, but that's hilarious. I love that. The fact that they actually play with the theming of it, and it's a design that inherently works with it because of what the animal it is based off of is. I will give you major points for that. Espurr. Espurr cat. Oh, right, yeah. No, it's not. No, it's not. Psychic cat. It sure is a cat. Yeah, I'll give it points. It does very effectively communicate that it's a psychic type with very, very little information. Like, you just look at this thing's expression and you immediately clicks like, oh yeah, that's a psychic type Pokemon. And I will give it points for that. It's inside shelter to its ears to keep power from leaking out. It blasts everything within 300 feet of itself. It has no control over its power. It has intense struggle holding control. It's devastating psychic power. It's the dead inside Pokemon. I think the Tufts of Fur are a little haphazard, but even then, I think I'll give it a B tier. I think it's funny. I'm willing to work a little bit more with the psychic type, so long as it gives me that kind of uncanny valley vibes, and I think it's honestly impressive how much they're able to show that off with how little is going on here. Saw a show at the anime where it smiles. Oh. Okay, thankfully we don't see that smile here. It's kind of basic. Maybe a little bit lower. That feels better. Okay, that feels better. Meowstic. Not as good. Not nearly as good. Dips too much. The fashion theme rises again, and I don't think it's strong here. Also, what the hell is going on? The male Meowstic's ears. They're kind of coming forward and awkwardly bending back? That looks weird. Oh, terrible shiny coloration, too. Don't like that. Ah! Ugh! No! No, that's even worse. Don't keep them tucked in. Keep them tucked in. That doesn't look good. I totally agree. Loses a lot of the charm. And yeah, Espeon is the better psychic pack. Yeah, Braixen's definitely better. Like Delphox more. Chesnaught more. Like Chespin more. Yeah, no, I don't like this thing. No, you lost the charm. I think this is where I put Clefable. Kind of getting a similar vibe. Yeah, that's Clefable vibes. Like, you had a fun idea at the first bit, but you lost me. Honedge. This one might be hard for me. Because I love swords. Swords are so cool. This is gonna be very heavy on a Pokedex entry. Pokemon is born when a departed spirit inhabits a sword. It attaches itself to people and drinks their life force. Anyone dares to grab its hilt. I know it's a cursed sword. That's... I got the hint that it's a cursed sword. Sword. Still one thing over the sword that makes up Honedge's body. That's fun. That's very fun, actually. But it is... Oh, right, yeah, the shiny's so good, too! Just a blood red blade. Oh, it's so good. I do like the little face on the sheath. I'm just curious. This is more of a... just trying to get an idea of how else this could have been done. Not necessarily because it's bad, I'm just curious what other people have had as ideas. Not particularly, no. And nothing's speaking to me. Okay. There's a part of me that wishes it did something on top of the cursed sword. Like, there was some, like... Mimikyu-esque, like, dark shadow that would, like, reach through, draw the sword from its sheath and slash, and then, just return to it. Like, some kind of formless ink creature kind of vibes. Gives the same charm, but different... that's a good point. Yeah. Drifloon's a good point of comparison. Check the Poke... Yeah, I saw it. It's got fantastic Pokedex entries. I don't quite feel S tier for it. Not quite. I do wish it did just a little bit more. Yeah, just seeing this, like the 3D model, I wish this was like just this inky... Like, swap the places of what this kind of hand-like looking thing is. Like, there's this inky black tendril coming out of the sheath and grabbing the sword hilt and slashing with it. Still cursed sword, but it's the idea that there's something a little bit more there. You think it's the sword itself that's usually like it needs a pattern? I don't think so. No, the basic sword I think is fine. Cursed sword is an idea these often see in media. It's not a bad realization. I agree. I just like this is still a very high A tier. I just wish it did a little bit more. Is all. Dual Blade. That's I cannot stand when Pokemon do this. This gets the same treatments as like Doug Trio Magneton. Like, don't do this. I don't like it when you do this. Like that, don't put multiple Pokemon together and pretend like they're the same Pokemon. That's not a thing. Does have a cool color scheme. That's true. That's true. And then Aegislash. You know, I'm not quite as fond of Aegislash as I am Honedge. Check it. Oh wait, hold on. This is Generation of Kings were attended by this Pokemon use special power to manipulate and control people and Pokemon. Apparently can detect it. Ooh. Oh, that's fun though. That's very fun. We're just our attack. Yeah. Stance to dedicate to offense, clears any opponents. Okay, okay, great Pokedex entries. It's literally Excalibur. That's major points. I think it looks way better in shield form than it does blade form. Can I rank those separately? Damn it. I definitely would. I've seen it in Pokemon. Ooh. Aegislash. Pokken. Sure, we'll see this. Oh yeah, not fond of the limbs. Once they become arms and more just the kind of less of a formless, just okay, this is what's attaching the sheath to the body. Yeah, this... Oh, gosh. Also, when the blade bends, that doesn't look good at all. This is something that needs to be rigid. Yeah, this is kind of hurting it for me. I really, really don't like the bending. Can I see a super? What are you at your best? Is this it? Nope, that's just... This one, maybe. Okay, hold on. This is important for context. I'm just curious at this point. Vulcan, super. All ultimate moves. Do you have helpful timestamps? No, you don't. Do I just have to awkwardly... Come on, timestamps. Help me out, help me out. Come on. Damn it. Give me a super. Come on. Here we go. Okay. Okay. That was kind of sick. Oh, yeah, I think... Gosh, where... King 1 goes through more with Aegislash like this is a Tyrunt Spectre that just happens to be an actual sword. The fact that sword evolves into a coat of arms is kind of fun as a meta blade evolving into legend. With all this iron in the wrist, there wasn't enough to keep sword. It clearly brings in the spirits of the deceased king. Start just moving it around. God, this one's hard for me. I like Greninja more. That's an easy wall for me. It's either at the bottom of Shiny or the top of Everstone. I don't like that it bends. I think the arms just look bad, but I love the Pokedex. I love the theming behind it. I just looked this up, but... yeah, not many people have... I think my ideal Aegislash for me would build off of that kind of shadow creature thing I want from Honedge. Oh, good point, good point. Aegislash Hard Heart. Yeah, when it's just a coat of arms, it looks amazing. But unfortunately, it isn't always a coat of arms. And that just doesn't look as good. Sometimes I didn't mention when we were watching the Pokken gameplay, but the shield... I wish the shield somehow got bigger when it pulled it out. Because it looks kind of dinky when it was in motion. You know what it reminds me of? Has anybody... It reminds me of these fucking things. Have you ever seen anime music? This is the vibe it's giving me. And it's not quite the vibe I think a Cursed Sword should be giving me. I don't want it to be on the same tier as Honedge, because I think Honedge is better. Still fantastic idea. But I think it could be better. Spritzee. What are you? Based on a sprite, based on Flamate, sure. Based on the Plague Doctor, use various prunes in the bird-like mask. Reverse Plague Doctor, okay, okay. You know what, that is kind of funny. With that kind of context, I'm a bit more of a fan. It's so simple. Just emits fragrance. It smelled good. That is the beginning and end. Such a missed opportunity. That's true. If we're going the Plague Doctor direction, like, you could do so much better than this. I don't know. Surprisingly, I don't hate it. Like, it's so simplistic, but like, it actually has some proper texture work. It's not just ball, apart from the mask. Which I'm assuming it is some kind of mask, because the eye is coming out of it. Like the Plague Doctor is weak to the... Ha! True. That's kind of fun. Kind of in the same vein as Espurr, I think. There's not much to it, but it's doing just an impressive amount with the little that it's got. I think I like it a little bit more than Espurr. But yeah, for a Fairy-type Pokemon, it does give me Fae vibes, which is what I look for. It's a pretty decent starting point for an evolution. And then we get... Well, what kind of dancer is this? I can't remember the top of my head. Is it Burlesque? No. Kind of flamenco. Okay, yeah, no. Can. That's the word I was looking for. Which, just, why, though? Oh, no. Oh, that back sprite is hideous. What is that little... Why are there just two little black butt cheeks? What on earth is that? I'm gonna start looking for, like, card art of this thing just to try to figure out what the hell that is. No? Not at all? Do you not want to show it? Does it look really bad? Do you not want me to see it? Just give me... I'm just trying to figure out what the hell it is! Is it a ribbon? Probably what it's supposed to be. I would bet. Because that does not look... Which is... Because I think there's an idea here. You know what I would do? Though I think would look way better. I think if you remove the limbs, make this kind of pink outer layer, just kind of sprawl around it, and give it a kind of, oh, not quite ghastly. Well, actually, no, ghastly kind of a good comparison. It's kind of build off of Spritzee as if you're just kind of adding layers of fur around it, and it's kind of just spreading outward. I think that would look way better. It's a lot thrown at a bird-shaped wall, and not much stuck. I don't think it was inspired. Did they say it was inspired by an owlbear? I can see the owl features, but come on. No. Why is my card art website saying? Oh, if you're trying to copy a link into the chat, I think I'm the only one that can do that, because YouTube automatically just removes those. It's annoying. Yeah, I think this... I'm sorry, but this... Well, I won't be that mean to it. I think this is another example where if I just kind of do... just do this. Like, that's not the worst thing in the world. There's ideas here. But the fact... Yeah, that I've said it, the limb, just get rid of the limbs. I think it would immediately become better. But as is, no thank you. Okay. Oh, pfft. These two next. Swirlix. It that sure is cotton candy. I do think it's kind of funny that it makes itself so sweet to, like, entangle. Why? It's its opponents in battle. But we're heavily at the point where trying to describe these Pokemon as part of a living, breathing world is just... that's gone at this point. So it doesn't entangle its prey, it entangles its opponent, because there is no world building anymore. It's just little creature designs that you slam into each other to make them fight. That is the beginning and ending of the thought. Based on cotton candy, you don't say. I never would have guessed. Let's change up the vibe for music again. Go back to some route themes. It's a cloud. A what? What about this Scream's dog? Yeah, it's long tongue, or secret bumps, and its tail. Might be based on a lapdog. I see 3 separate things that almost every animal has, but maybe it's a dog. It has a... Bulbapedia. It has a tail, tongue, nose, and ear bumps. Dog. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm not fond of the always lolling tongue. Like, it's not nearly as bad as, like, Shelter all the way down here. It's not, like, actively unsettling. I don't like it. I think that's a wonder trait for me. Doesn't offend me. Not quite. It got away. You know what, Golden, you're not that bad. You're at least kind of funny to look at. Or maybe the correct answer is just to do that. That feels a bit better. Does that feel better? Sorry, I have context now. Here, let's just do this as well. Because God, this freaky Candyland OC looking ass, just ugh. I hate this thing. This thing is disgusting. Went back to watch the Fennekin and Brixton section, and be frank, I don't like these slanderous takes. Please apologize to my favorite Pokemon. No. Don't think it too much. I'm just trying to figure out... The whole point of these streams is just to figure out... like, to help me word what I do and don't like about Pokemon design. Don't get why it's so hated. I think the initial idea behind it is just weak in of itself. I hate that it just looks like... The design kind of just feels lazy to me. Like, it's just, okay, let's give a cupcake eyes on some toppings and we're kind of done. I hate that it looks like it's wearing a uniform. I think that's dumb. There's just... There's nothing I like about it. There's nothing I would do to improve the design, because I think the base, like the core of the idea is just kind of... bleh. Like, you gotta remember, the big thing I like about Pokemon is that, at least in the past, the Pokemon felt like they kind of evolved naturally in a living, breathing world. This is just made to look like a suite. And that's the beginning, middle, and end of the idea. Inkay. I like Inkay. I like the kind of with like that translucent nature of squid and jellyfish, while also being a kind of cute little hat. Kind of simplistic, but it's cute. I like it. Has some actual detail and personality. Like, I think I'd only put it at, like... I don't know, maybe here? But, like, it's good. I like it. I like it. But then you get to what I think I would call the best evolution method that has ever existed in Pokemon. The fact that you have to hold your system upside down to evolve this thing will never not be funny to me. That it goes from a squid to this really bizarre... Gosh, I don't even know what I would call this thing. Just like the bottom half of the squid flipped over and decided... God, it's so bizarre, but I love it so much. Well, I love the idea behind it, I should say. There are aspects of the design that I'm not quite fond of. Like, I don't like its feet. Oh god, especially that. Oh god! Oh, really don't like its feet there. Yeesh. No thank you. That's some bad feet. Where does that land at, though? These are Pokedex entries. How do they explain this in-game? Economic powers... spots... Okay, Psychic. Is there any hints at this? No, there's not. That'd be funny, but no. Think it'd be better if it floated? I think I would agree with that, yeah. I think it needs to be more Kraken-esque. Read the Gen 8 Dex entries. Sometimes I say put the observer under Malamar's control. Powers play a role in certain history-changing events. That's kind of neat. Oh, it's kind of Cthulhu-esque in that. I like that. Hang on, we're back to this. 1 second. I just want to see. Save as Malamar. I am just curious. Honestly, that already looks so much better, though. Just the feet look so dumb. And I feel like you could do a little bit more with that. Like, imagine, like, get rid of this bit and make it so it's actually, like, standing on its tentacles. Like, give it almost like a spider-esque sort of setting. Like, give it 2 more tentacles so it's kind of just wandering around. Almost like the, I think I mentioned this for Victory Bell, too. But the long-legged pigment enemy. Something like that. Okay, so... Gosh, where does that land use the thing? Actually, you know, this is actually probably perfect. Like, right next to Aegislash. I think both of them have really fun ideas behind them. There's just some design elements that just... I want to love you. I want to praise you. You're just a bit off in too many areas. That feels good to me. Okay. But oh god. Yeah, nope. That's an easy one. Ew. Just ew. I hate how these things look so much. I know what they're based off of. Can't remember what they're called though. Goose barnacles. They have little things that'll like sprout out of the barnacles, but god, they look so bad. Just the chubby cheeks and the like inner forehead. It just, I hate looking at these things. I despise looking at them. Where Barnacle at least understands that it looks unsettling and leans into it. And actually, now that I'm looking at it... Okay, hang on, though. Because this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen. And it doesn't have anything to make up for that. But this isn't bad. Can I see some action shots of this thing? Oh, that's, nope, that's a terrible shiny. That's hideous. Losing points. That's also hideous. Also losing points. Barbaracle. Also... God, man! That one's not bad. That one's not bad. Yeah, there's a bigger version of it. I think what ruins them is their insistence that, oh yeah, these have to be hands, specifically. Like, maybe if they put a little bit of variety into what the appendages looked like, because these sorts of barnacles do look differently. That looks like a Dragon Quest boss. The fact that they're just hands but still arranged in a cube. Ooh, yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. If this had a different body structure that wasn't humanoid, and maybe even animate it so that it's kind of always just changing which way is up. Oh, you know what? Oh, hold on. What's the... Gosh, what is the D&D creature called? D&D... Is it a Zorn? Give me Zorn vibes. Just make me question if this thing could be walking, like, regardless of what direction it was facing. That would be awesome. Like, if you just made it so, like, add an extra one of these rock things and just attach it to both of them, and just splay out these tendrils in all sorts of directions, and just make it so it kind of awkwardly hobbles after you. This could be sick. Okay. I'm not putting it in the same tier, because I think there is an idea here, and I think the idea is cool. Actually, no, I think the idea is pretty great. It just doesn't capitalize on it. And there's too many just weird elements that don't let it get to greatness. There. That feels good. Okay. Okay, Skrelp. I mean, it's one of the seahorses that looks like kelp. I love how kind of just done it looks. I enjoy that it looks like it's rotting to kind of tie into the fact that it's a poison type. I don't think it's the best thing in the world, but I think this one's good. I think this one's just solid. It's good. Put it right here. That feels good. But then it evolves. And Dragalage. Dragalage looks great. Just this super spindly, kelpy creature. Just, it looks like decay, which is fantastic. Boy, it's strong enough to eat through a tanker, sure. But yeah, just seeing this thing... One of the few Pokemon that just looks great in motion. There's so many moving parts of this thing. And it's a point where the simplicity of the generation... Oh, great shiny too. But the simplicity does it favors, because there's so little to it. Like, it's so emaciated and barely there, that actually kind of adds to the design. I just want to see card art for this one. Because I already know I like it. I want to just see if there's any especially cool shots. Yeah, it's just cool. It's different. I like it. That's an S tier for me. No question. Okay. Clauncher! I will say, I do find the idea behind this thing to be very funny. Kind of takes... Okay, what's the... I know this is a thing where there's a species of, I think, a crawfish that will actively, like, shoot off gushes of water by really quickly just tapping its claws together. Thistle shrimp, yeah. Just taking the idea of being like, okay, what if we just made its arm a gun? And that's hilarious. That's just hilarious. Also, by nature of being a crawfish, the more simplistic design of the 3D models doesn't hurt it as much because, like, they still segmented it, and that's all you really need to do with a Pokemon like this. Honestly, it's a fantastic water Pokemon. I think this is another S tier. This both elements of this line. Takes a basic water... I actually really like Clauncher. I might put this at the top of the tier for now. You know what? Yeah, this thing's so goddamn funny. Also being named after a howitzer, that's just great. Love the fact that it also kind of looks like a dragon head in of itself. And despite looking so ridiculous, like, it still works. Because it's still based in something. This is something that actually exists in nature. You'll constantly get, like, crabs and lobsters look like where one claw is just so much bigger than the other, and this is just taken to a hilarious extreme, and I love that. Any particularly fun things? No, not particularly. Even kind of... Not really. It gives me... what's the name of... in Monster Hunter? The big Hermitars and Ceanatars. Daimyo, Hermitars, and Shogun Ceanatars. Which will put, like... I'll just show people I haven't played Monster Hunter before. Just using the skulls of giant monsters. It kind of gives that Hermit Crab-esque vibe. But just decides, like, I know, I don't need a skull. I'm just gonna grow a giant head myself. It's so fun. It's so fun. Helioptile. You got the... Yeah, these things have the whole, like, the fins will open up. Can't remember what's the lizard called? Frilled neck lizards, yeah. Which is such a shame, because I love those lizards. And this might be one of the worst examples of just the Gen 6 flat textures. Because this is just an orb with a face drawn on it, extending into a lizard body. Which annoys me so much because I love the idea here. It's such a good idea. It's basically a solar panel running around. Yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah, Heliolisk is better, but I feel like Helioptile, as a starter, it's too simplistic. I like Barbaracle more than you, and that's a problem. But yeah, then you get to Heliolisk. And it actually gets a bit of the detour work in. I still really don't like the little... just the bands around the neck. I think that just looks bad. But once you see this... Gosh, even then, though, this is really unflattering art. Like, it looks so naked. Ah! Sorry, I just got a Discord ping. That wasn't you guys. Power Skyscraper. This is one I want to see potential redesigns. Give me someone that, like, gives it some proper detail work. Nope, nope. That's clearly a Paradox Pokemon. That does look better. Like, even just having that little bit as an underbelly. Are people just not fond of the Gen 6 Pokemon? There's so fewer redesigns here. Yeah. So many of these add too much detail to it, but just having... not detail, but like just extra spikes and stuff, but just having something on the underbelly, I think looks so much better. That looks cool. Bit much, but cool. People love the Gen 6 Pokemon, so I change what they already love. That's a shame. Black to the Cloud Pack makes it way better, but still, yeah. Oh, you know what, Baki, you hit the nail on the head. This was Generation 6, so all the fan art was just centralized around Mega Evolutions. That's what I should be looking up. What is a Mega Heliolisk? Yeah, even then though. That pigeonholes them. Maybe a realistic? Yeah, you see things like this, and you realize that, oh yeah, this is a great concept. They're just so naked, though. That looks awesome. No idea what that's for, but that looks awesome. I think... I like you more than Florges. Right. Well, no, it's a decent idea, though, is the thing. Maybe there. I might move you, but maybe there. No, yeah, I agree with this. If we get to the Mega Evolutions today, you have to approach those from a different mindset, because they're not designed to be, like, evolve naturally. This is very literally something coming outside of what a Pokemon is used to and pushing them further than what their design is supposed to be. But it does help, like, visualize other ways to use a design. Oh, yeah, Spinosaurus Sail would have been amazing for something like this. Tyrants. I mean, it's a baby T-Rex. That is the beginning, middle, and end of the design. But it's a really cute baby T-Rex. Like, what do you want from me? It does what it sets out to do, and it is pretty adorable. About there-ish. Yeah, about there. Then you get to Tyrantrum. It took so long to get a Tyrannosaurus, but they did it. They actually did some detail work on it. Thank God. And you know, it just looks excellent. This is a badass Tyrannosaurus. Great shiny color. It almost looks out of place in Gen 6 for how much detail work it's got done for it. Like, this thing's phenomenal. It doesn't quite beat the hilarity of the giant howitzer claw, but it's fantastic. I won't like care if these guys are basic ass T-Rexes. I love these guys. You know what? That's fair. The fact that it's simply a T-Rex is probably carrying its design immensely. But it's a T-Rex. Like, you can't not love the T-Rex. That's blasphemy. Wonder what a Mega Tyrantrum. Oh, yeah, that I just want to see what people's ideas of that have been. Yeah, just badass. That's just that's great. Kind of going for a Chinese dragon on top of it. That looks really good. Yeah, surprise, surprise, T-Rexes are cool. Amaura, I don't like as much. We had such great detail work on Tyrunt and Tyrantrum, and then we're right back to just super smooth, formless body. Do really love the kind of Northern Lights-esque crest, though. That it earns points for me, but I think it's a little too basic apart from that. So I think that gets into the kind of positive, like it gets on the left side of the curve, but not by much. Then Auroros, Better, but again, same problem. It's unfortunate because this thing has to compete with Tyrantrum. And it just can't. They try to do something with these little ice crystals, but it's so little. Which is a shame, because I love the idea here. Just having these northern lights going down the back of an Apatosaurus, that's so good. But there's just not much more to it than that. And that's unfortunate. Like, look at this. Take this and then, I don't know, compared to something like Lapras. The lack of detail, it kills me, because this could look so much cooler. Maybe a Mega Rush? That's a good point. We'll give it a chance as well. Oh, this one! Yeah, if you built it out of, like, ice plates, god damn, that looks so cool. Yeah, that solidifies it for me. You could do some crazy stuff with the ideas behind Auroros. But its current form is way too basic. I think it's the top of frustration for me. Because I do still like it. I like the idea behind it. But I can't put it any higher. Because it hurts. I want to love this one. Those are the worst kinds. When you see the idea there and you want to love it, but they don't quite land. Okay. Sylveon. Where it worked with Furfrou, because it first requires like outside intervention to change up the design. I don't think it works as well for Sylveon. I don't like the naturally evolving ribbons and bows. It gives me the vibe that it's trying so hard to be adorable. And I feel like it oversteps with that goal a little bit for me. Plus strat for both the Parry type and Pokemon Amitrue. The ribbons are actually feelers. That's true. I do like the blank eyes. Like with the white pupils and just blue everything else. Gives it that kind of uncanny Fey-ish. Its name's literally Nymphia. In Japanese. There's two ways of making fairy types. Either make them wonderful, mysterious, kind of mythical Fey, or make them sweet and cutesy and lovely. Yeah, I see that. I feel like the Fey versions are so much stronger. Because you can still do the cutesy lovely with that, but... Makes it feel a little more grounded of, like, this could actually happen. Which I guess this is something that has to evolve with the trainers. Like, it has to evolve through friendship. I feel like your thoughts on the fairy type would affect how you feel about Sylveon. Yeah, that's a fair point. I've never had to think about this. I think my ideal fairy-type Pokemon... I'm going to compare it to Psychic Pokemon, because I think that's the best point of comparison. Psychic Pokemon, I would want to feel like these super unknowable, kind of unnerving creatures, like your Abras, your Raltses. I can't remember the name of the, like, alien ones from the last generation, but those two. Fairy types, I kind of want to get that same sort of vibe, but be the more kind of approachable side of the Fae. Like, they're inviting, they're adorable, they kind of not quite embodiments of friendship, an embodiment of positivity, the reverse of dark types. I feel like... grab, like, actual examples. Like, I feel like these... Like, Flabébé. The Flabébé line does a good... Whoa, that was English. The Flabébé line does a good job of embodying that to me. A lot of them aren't fairy types, but a lot of the Gen 5 more fae-lish creatures, I could easily just plaster fairy type on them, and I would feel good about that. I feel like reducing it to magic type doesn't quite work for me. Because that's going too far into the realm of psychic for me, plus, like, elemental magics go so easily fall into the other elemental categories. I feel like it's specifically the positivity aspect of them that sets the fairies apart, that should set the fairies apart. Like that. Psychic leaves you confused, fairy leaves you wondrous. I like you more than Florges. I think for me, it's right here. But the ribbons are just a little too on the nose. And I think I would want this... Hold on. I like that a little more. Oh, making the butterflies? Oh, I love that, actually. Oh gosh, imagine you made, like... You really leaned into that kind of butterfly-esque thing, and made it kind of like the design on the ears, too. Maybe, like a koi flare crest flaring out. Okay, yeah, I feel better about the placement now. I forgot this existed. That sure is a luchador bird. God, it's so heavy-handed. But at the same time, it kinda still works, though. Like, birds are competing with each other all the time. I will say, just as a baseline, this is this is a much better humanoid bird Pokemon than Blaziken is. So where's Blaziken for me? Where did I last leave him? HM Slave? Okay. I think the fact that it's so small really adds to the charm of it. Like, where... Yeah, it's 2 feet tall, which is so funny. This is one of those kind of Incineroar-esque Pokemon for me. Where as much as I'm not quite fond of how heavy-handed the relation to what it's trying to be is, it's such a strong character design, though. Yeah, that's also a good point. Like, you can still view it as a bird despite the more humanoid aspects. Like, where so many other fighting-type Pokemon, just I cannot mentally bridge the gap of how these exist in the Pokemon world, I can with this. Because, yeah, it's a bird. Birds have bright plumage. Birds fight with each other all the time. Yeah, now that I've talked through it, yeah. I think this is the best way to have these more heavy-handed designs. Attach it to a creature that the aesthetic makes sense with, and then do something to make it not too humanoid. Like, I love the... Like, it has the wrestling cape, but it's also its wings, so that works. The fact that it's so small helps tremendously with just making it so it doesn't feel like... Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, this is gonna drive me nuts now that I've noticed this. This isn't a beak, because it's got the mouth right here. That's... what the... Oh... So there's this more of like a... That's... okay. I don't know how that would look if it, like, the beak opened from here. It's a bit weird, but it's fine. Well, actually, hold on. Maybe... Does anybody work with having an actual beak? Oh, no, yeah, that looks way better. Maybe not the rest of it. I enjoy the mask there. Yeah, oh god, I wish I didn't notice the mouth. But yeah, beak should be beak. I think I drop it a little bit for that, but not by much. Yeah, it's just lower end of S tier. It's more of a cowl than a beak. I just wish it was both. I feel like that would look a little better as a design. Dedenne! It's... This exists. That sure is another little Pikachu clone. You see, but it's different this time, see, because it's got, like, antenna. Like a telephone pole. It's just little electric wires. Isn't it so interesting and unique? And don't you just want to buy a plush, buy our merchandise, please? Yeah. Yeah, right there. I'm sorry. You do nothing for me. If you're going for a fairy-type Pikachu and that's the best you can do, come on. Like the Dex entries? What are the Dex entries? You know, okay, that is pretty great. When your electric bill seems off, it's the handiwork of these rascals because they come in and steal your electricity. That's kind of cute, I will admit. Doesn't save it for me, but that is cute. Carbink. I think you can do fun things with very simple, like, mineral-esque Pokemon. Like, I really like Cryogonal in Gen 5 for that reason. This one I'm not feeling. It just kind of feels like there's too many elements just kind of stapled together. Yeah, no. That's no thank you. Based off a Carbuncle? Yeah, sure. Hang on. Oh, sorry. That is also the name of a cyst that you can get. Like, if you're going for a Carbuncle, that's no. Fucking hell. So either definition of a Carbuncle. Like, you could do more with the idea. Yeah, it's barely in the ears, but that's it. Which is a shame, because, like, if you tried to go for, like, a jewel cat, go for the kind of like that fake creature-esque, but make it made out of gems and rock, that could be so cool. But no, it's just there. I would want to trade this. It's just kind of nothing. Goomy! Goomy's adorable. Easily gets away with the simplicity of the 3D environment, because it is just goo. It's just this weird, gooey, sluggy mess, and it's kind of adorable. Just this dopey little amorphous being. Maybe about there? Yeah, about there. Like, it's good. It's good. Simplicity doesn't get much further up, but it's fun. I enjoy it. It evolves into Sliggoo, which is just this adorable little snail. It starts evolving into some semblance of a form, but it's still all goo, so it gets away with the 3D texture curse. And I quite like this one. You know what? I'll actually put it up here. I think Sliggoo is awesome. Goodra loses something. And I'm not sure what it is. No, yes I am. Yes I am. It's the expression. It should have kept the monochrome eyes. I'd say it would look better with the snail shell, but they tried to do that with the Hisuian version, and that just looks bizarre. No, actually, no, I'll double down on this. I think if they kept the snail design, like, lose the limbs, keep the snail design... It's just that this shell in particular looks horrible. But that's not a fault of the idea behind it. That's just a bad shell. It's a big friendly dinosaur. You know what it is also the fact that the goo on its body is never treated like actual goo. Looks friendly like it goes against the first two stages. You know, I'll evolve it if you look at it in the anime. Oh, that... Oh, no. Not a fan of the yellow coloration. Give me, What the hell? Something's just off about this Pokemon. Past the eyes, I can't put my... Redesign. Oh yeah, like look at that! That's so much better! Oh, that's even better too! Like, come on, come on! Oh my god, that's actually... this is actually amazing. Like, it keeps the intimidation factor of what, like, Gudra's going for. Like, still keeping that, like, dragon type, but it's also still, like, the amorphous design of it. I love this. That's amazing. That's what it should be. What the fuck? Oh gosh, see... Yeah, this is too kawaii anime, girl. Yeah, no, you're a dragon-type Pokemon. Oh my god, that's also amazing. Okay, yeah, you're dropping down significantly. This is another frustration for me. But god, you could be amazing, but you're not. Silhuggle, that's true. That's true. Do I think I tried to become another Dragonite? Maybe. I think there's an argument there for yes. Look at Hisui and Gudra's sleeping animation? Hisui and Gudra sleeping. I still think it's a bad shell, but that's better. That's funny. I do enjoy that. Alright, hold on. I'm going to mute Discord. Actually, let's just quit out of Discord entirely. Okay, Klefki. Alright, so I've talked about this a lot with object-based Pokemon, but my whole thing with object-based Pokemon is that I enjoy them, but I want them to feel like they somehow organically evolved because of just some weird aspect of human interaction with the environment around them. I think, I keep pointing to Magnemite as a good example of this, but Magnemite is a good example of this. It just feels like this weird steel drone that suddenly came to be because humans just kept working with steel, and in this weird, wacky, hyper-evolution world that results in life. Klefki is just a keyring. Which is unfortunate, because I think you could do some pretty neat things with this. It's this kind of kleptomaniac gremlin kind of creature, right? But it's just the ring. Hang on. I like the idea of turning it into a jester. I'd still want it to have... Oh, that's great. Maybe a little over-designed, but that kind of gets more of the vibe I'd want. Also like that. Like, they all have ideas behind them. I just want a little more of a creature here. But this is kind of cute, the fact that it's almost like this weird, super thin snake. Now, I'd want more from this thing. Sorry, I'm kind of lost for thought right now, trying to figure out how the hell to rank this. Wish the keys were just possessed by in the ghost type. No, I'm fine with the keys just being regular keys. I love the idea of this fey creature just being a little crow gremlin, just grabbing all the shiny things, making a collection from it. That's cute. I like that. I just think it is the, like, the lowest hanging fruit of what that design could be. Yeah, I keep seeing, like, different interpretations of it, and I like all of them more. Like, I'm fine with it looking like a keyring, but be a little bit more than a keyring. Come on. Like, if you just unhooked this aspect of it, maybe make it so that this aspect of it doesn't also look like a key. I think that's a little... That's just kind of dumb. Make it so it's this little orb-like creature with these, like, really spindly hands that are intertwining around. And then let's kind of wrap around to grab new keys. Apparently it's evolved specifically look like a keychain to steal keys easier. That doesn't really make sense, though. Unless it evolves specifically to be sold in stores, to be as a keychain, or to, like, take the place of existing keychains, at which point just steal the keys. No, yeah, I think this one. I think it's funny. I give it points for that. But I don't like it. Not because it's a keyring, but because it is a boring keyring. Phantump, though. Phantump's fantastic. Going with that kind of inky shadow monster I was mentioning with Honedge. Just having that kind of possessing a tree stump that also gives some kind of jack-o'-lantern-esque vibes. I think this thing's adorable. Putting you all the way up here, because I love you. Did you? Oh, right! The Pokédex things! By spirits of children who died while lost in the forest. Yes, it's so good! Great Pokédex entries. They're just Skull Kids. The Pokemon version of Skull Kids. Oh, great, shiny, too. That's great. Petrified Wood. And then Trevenant. Come on. Like, look at this thing. What a fantastic ghost/grass Pokemon. This is my favorite one so far. No question. I love Trevenant. Will trap people who harm the forest so they can never leave. It's kind to the Pokemon that reside in its body, though. Just great Forest Guardian Pokemons. Unfortunately, Pumpkaboo isn't quite as good. I think it's still funny. But, like, it's for how strong Phantump and Trevenant are. You're alone in space where they belong so they can move on. Oh, that's fun. Never actually read the Pokédex entries for these. Super-sized Pumpkaboo are very partial to the spirits of people who have similarly sized proportions. Maybe Pokemon should have less duos. It does invite these points of comparison where one side is just so much better than the other. On that side, I still think Pumpkaboo is good. Like, it's this neat, weird ghost pumpkin. Which, given Halloween or stuff, that's one of those things where I can see a Pokemon evolving on that. It's based on this kind of world where humans are constantly doing this thing over and over again. It makes sense for it to kind of spring to life. I'm down for that. Gorgeous goes... God, Gorgeous annoys me so much, because I feel like... Hang on, we're doing this again. Actually, I don't even need to paint out for this. If you just stuck with this, and then maybe just kept, like, the hair coming out of that, I think that looks so much better. But the fact they have this weird Diglett-esque neck coming out of the jack-o'-lantern, why? Why? Why must everything have fashionable hairdos? It's so bizarre. It sings joyfully as it observes the suffering of its prey. Delightful. Source behavior, trick-or-treating. Yeah, no. Or shiny. Pumpkin Witch Lady apparently is a type over there. Hides inside that pumpkin. I think it's a fairly good understated creepy design. To contrast Trevenant's obviously scary. I don't think it lands, though, is the thing. I don't get creepy from this face. It's too goofy. It's a witch stuck in a pumpkin, I guess. Yeah, he just got this jack-o'-lantern, all and something pops up and is like, "Oh, hello, hello, dearie." Yeah, no, not a fan, not a fan. I would wonder trade you in a heartbeat because you are weird. Bergmite is nothing. Just straight up nothing. Pokemon can make this work. I think there's a lot of Pokemon that do pretty well at giving very, very simplistic designs a lot of character and personality, even though there's almost nothing to them. The Roggenrola line, I think, is a great example of that. Where are you? I like this little dude. There's not much to him, but you get some personality from this. This thing's just... God, I don't even know. Just permanently cross-eyed, looking at its forehead. Has no limbs. They just stapled some eyes to an ice cube that they shaved away for a bit and called it a day. I feel like the ice cream's have more personality than Bergmite. I feel like almost every single Pokemon out there has more personality than Bergmite. Bergmite's just nothing. You're not quite that bad. But, like, you're still very nothing. Avalugg, though. Avalugg's pretty cool. Bit oddly laid out. I'm not fond of how just square it is. I obviously get what it's supposed to be. Also, weird shiny coloration. I feel like the fact that it's completely flat is interesting. I like that aspect of it. It's just whenever you see it from above, it just looks off. The table. It's based on an aircraft carrier? No, it's not. It's a glacier. Oh wait, is that like actual lore though? Like if the aircraft carrier is part of its lore, I guess I can't argue that. But like, this is such an obvious glacier. Although that would be a funny symbiotic relationship. If there was like a specific type of ice bird that would just land on and make homes in like the Avalugg's crevices or something like that. Makes it look like an aircraft carrier made of ice. Okay. This is a really unflattering angle to give us, but I think the idea is still fun. I do enjoy it. I don't think it's as strong as contemporaries like, a Gigalith in Gen 5. What are some other... like Lele, I guess. But like, it works. It works. It's like a... oh. Maybe there's a little better. I kind of look at this thing and ask, okay, what do you do when you're animated? And it just doesn't do anything. I wonder how... Hold on. Avalugg redesign. That's horrible. That loses it. That loses it. Do like that. I wonder if it, like, grew ice out of its back, and then it went back to being completely flat. I don't know. I don't know. How do I feel about Hisuian Avalugg? I enjoy it. It reminds me of an Econlos from Monster Hunter. I can better picture how this thing exists in the world just because it's got the huge chin to kind of burrow through the earth. I feel like I want one more piece to Avalugg's design. I just don't know what that is. Like, maybe as it breaks apart, it becomes more of a lizard than a turtle. Then it reforms into the turtle, something like that. No, I absolutely agree with you. Being flat is like part of its identity at this point. You can't really change that. It's too much of a novelty. I was trying to think, like, is there any way you could make that more interesting? Also, it's way too small. How big is it? The Hisuian is 4 foot... No! Bro, this has to be one of the biggest ones, otherwise it doesn't work. Oh, that's awful, though. Okay, no, yeah, you're losing significant points for that. That's an idea there. Maybe around there. I'll leave it there for now. Oh, the Noibat line. I love Noibat. Like, as this, it's a good bat. It's cute. I like it. Give it a solid A tier. Love this thing. But then it evolves. And just, oh, dragon bats. Nargacuga looking beautiful creature. This is my favorite Gen 6 Pokemon. I love this thing. It's so cool. Although a Trevenant's design might be... Nah, I'm comfortable with that. Don't like the shiny? Yeah, me neither. Me neither. Too pale of a green. Doesn't work for a bat for me. Xerneas. To the legendaries. I appreciate that they took a step back from the disgusting, you know, just sheer over-designing in Gen 5. I like that it's got this kind of tree of life thing going on with its antlers. That's just a neat touch. I enjoy that a lot. I have never been fond of these weird, I guess, tufts of fur that are right above its legs. That's always looked bizarre to me. But on the other hand, I do like what they did with the legs. Like, instead of hooves, they have these bizarre... I don't even know what you would call them as appendages. Just nubs that it walks around on. I think it's cool how its antlers kind of light up as it attacks. The rest of its body is kind of lame. But there is a fun little bit of elegance to it. Now, you see it with stuff like this, and you're able to get the sense of it that this is special. That it's got a vibe that like the Four Horsemen Warrior things in Gen 5 just don't have. And I appreciate that. Now, granted, it kind of only has that vibe because the Gen 6 Pokemon are so simplistically designed because of the 3D animation, but I think it works here. It works in its favor. It's got this nice elegance to it that I really appreciate. Could you do more with it? Probably. But I think I prefer the simpler elements to the more over-designed elements of later games, so I think I'm going to rank this one pretty highly. About here? About here. Yeah, it's a good Pokemon. It's a good legendary. I think Yveltal. Yveltal. Never gonna pronounce that. I'm not the fondest of how, just on the nose, it's shaped like a Y. But I think they do a decent enough job of masking that you don't have to laugh at it. The trophy doesn't do much. This one, though, something's always been off about Yveltal to me, and I need to figure this out because I've never had to think much about it. I think it might be just the singular red texture running through the entirety of its underbelly. It almost gives me, like Giganox vibes. Difference, of course, being that Giganox is a fantastic monster, and Yveltal's just kind of... It's supposed to be a bird. Color smoke look... That is true. The color smoke does look cool. I appreciate that. It's more fitting when Team Flare tries to awaken this one instead of the deer. That looks like a three-finger claw. Give me more action shots of this thing. That's not bad. Yeah, even then, though, I don't like how monochrome its underbelly is. Even with this art, when it's a little more of a gradient between different colors of red, that looks better. Is it an artist rendition, or is it the actual Pokemon? Because when it's given off the vibe that's just untapped destruction, that's just barely contained in this creature's body. That's cool. Yeah, this kind of stuff, that's awesome. Little card art. Okay, there we go, there we go. That's better, that's better. Not as strong, but still decent. Signature move. Can I get... I do like the way it kind of curls around itself to like Death Star-esque gather energy and fire it off. Is this a GIF? Yeah, that's not bad. Well... Gosh, it does kind of look ridiculous, though. Just a bit. But how would you go about even fixing that, though? Oh, you know what? There's something. Maybe if the wings were more skeletal, I'd feel better about it. Yeah, when the wings and tail are arbitrarily the same size, I think this thing looks way better. It's just in its current form, where it's so kind of awkwardly just stretched in those directions. I don't think it looks as good, but the core idea is still sound. I think this is a bit much, but like, okay, cool dragon. That'd be great as a Monster Hunter translation for it. Yeah, I think this nails it for me. Exactly, make the wings look more like claws, kind of like Lugia's, but more skeletal. I think that's the idea they have with it right now, but they don't commit hard enough to it. The claw-to-wing ratio isn't where it needs to be at. All that said, I still think it's good, just not as good as Xerneas. I'm gonna put it right here. Yeah, about here. About here. That feels fine. Zygarde. Okay, but before any of this, I need to know... Oh, that's not bad, actually. I was trying to think of, like, okay, how on earth do you mix dog, giant, and snake together? But it's Loki's children. I kind of like that, actually. That's Fender, that's Jormungandr, that's Hell. That's neat. Okay, you get points for that. I appreciate that. I think we have to rank these individually, because obviously they're so different from each other. So I didn't see what this trio was inspired by. Yeah, it just never clicked for some reason. But yeah, that's so obvious looking back now. I'm kind of embarrassed by that. That's just Norse mythology. That's some of the main building blocks of it. cool designs. I shake my cool mythology designs. Ooh. I mean, mythology designs are just better. Sue me. Although that said, I don't know if I would call Zygarde's designs cool. They got this weird geometric thing going for it, but it's a bit haphazard in how it approaches it. I do appreciate that it makes it kind of look like it's incomplete and is slowly building into something greater. Fortunately, a bit of the limitations of just 3 Pokemon in general. I think for the dog, for Fenrir here, hold on, let me see. Zygarde, 10%. Can you get some anime shots of this? Zygarde's made of many Zygardes. Oh no, I know the lore behind this Pokemon. Since I made the connection for some reason, because I'm an idiot. I think the dog is just fine. Like, it gets some nice otherworldly vibes to it. But that's the extent of it. The snake... Again, what is off? What's stopping me? What's off about you? What's bugging me? Is it because of how paper thin your tail is? Is that it? Is it the haphazard scale design? There's only a couple of them. It's being flat and stumpy a little bit. Then being Norse mythology is cool, but also, why are there Norse gods in France? Yeah, that is the question. It does bug me a little bit when Pokemon does that. When they pass over really cool regions, you could do so much with both the creatures in the area, the culture, and the mythoses, and they're just like, oh, let's just pick and choose a little bit of this. We'll get this cool snail from China in Gen 9 and like 3 others and call it quits. More slug adjacent than a snake. I think it's... I think you're right. I think it's how stumpy it is. I wish it was a bit longer. Still, I think it's good. I think it is very, very good. Put it top of Everstone, I think. No! Better than Goomy. Better than Pumpkaboo. Maybe the answer is to do this. That feels better. That feels better. And then the big boy. I kind of don't like that it gets the little red and blue highlights. Like, I understand why. It's because, oh, it's the ultimate of both X and Y. But it looks a little plastered on. That said, I do think this is a satisfying design for what this thing has been slowly building into. I think based on the lore and the process of having to put this thing together, having just this massive Goliath of a creature, it works for me. It works for me. Yeah, the red and blue, if I could just make this green, I think I would like it more. But yeah, it's this sort of overseer of the earth. I think this works. think it is the strongest of the bunch. One time armor pass suppress those who endanger the ecosystem. It has the power to overwhelm Xerneas or Revolto. Perform for the Orph's jets, but it's high power that eliminates everything. The anime Contra doesn't look fucking gigantic, but in the game it's like the same size as a truck. How big? Actually, that's really important. Thank you for bringing that up. How big are you? 14 feet. Okay. Well. What? Why? Yeah, there's no, like, comparison shots. 14 feet. It's roughly the size of small. Yeah, I'd want it to be bigger than that. Still neat, though. Still neat. In the anime, it's like 100 meters. Yeah, that's what I expect looking at something like that. So he's looking at a mountain, and all of a sudden the mountain gets up. Do I like you more than Xerneas? That's what I should be asking right now. I think so. I think I do. It's a satisfying ultimate evolution legendary. Something like that. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Diancie! Crystal Pokemon. It likes jewels. We'll say, this is what I wanted from Carbine. Or Carbink, or whatever the hell the thing's name was. Just this weird, fey jewel creature. I think this works great. This is what I would want from a fey rock creature. And you know what? I think this... It does everything I would want it to do for what it is trying to be. Looks so much like it's wearing a dress. I'm willing to give that a pass for both psychic and fairy types, for what I've explained earlier in the stream. Oh, it's literally a transformation of Carbink. Oh. Interesting. Not as fond of this angle, though. Give me card art. That looks excellent. That, not so much. I wish... You know what I wish? I wish the eyes were jewels. I feel like I want it to commit a little harder to the rock type in that regard. Still think it's decent for what it's trying to be, though. He dislikes any anime thing that looks like girls because he's scared of women. Okay, true, but no. I like Xerneas more. There-ish. Hold on, let me... Fancy redesign. Maybe I'll do anything. Okay, well, yeah, that just looks fantastic. That's hideous. Yeah, no, none of this is speaking to me, that's for sure. Alright, Magearna. That was a thing that existed. Whatever. Have I just originally made girl Pokemon an equal? Looks too much like it's wearing a dress. Nah. I mean, there's so many Pokemon we've covered. You could say the same thing about. There's a cosplaying brush. I mean, you're not wrong. Also, I closed. Okay, let's bring this back up for the next one. We're at Hoopa now. Okay, Hoopa, I don't even know what you do. Never sense anything. Oh, right. It uses the loops for, like, portals. Jumps through them. See the treasure inside. 6 rings. Which myth is that? Obviously, that's... These are like are personally based off a specific one. I'm just curious. Giants and organized mythology. I mean, for wanting to design a mischievous little twerp, they have succeeded in doing so. That's the power of Sock Patch. Get away. I mean, that's just true. You know what? I like him. I think it's neat. Just fun little goofy Jin creature. Kind of follow in the footsteps of the sort of sprite-esque legendaries like Celebi and Jirachi and whatnot. But going for more of a trickster design. I'm a fan. Yeah, right, especially compared to last generation's Genie. Something like that feels good. And then Big Hoopa. I love the concept of that, first off. That this little gremlin of a creature is actually a chained form of some absolutely colossal creature. Let's need a bigger shot of its face, because I remember really disliking the face. Hoopa Unbound. Oh, that's not bad. I think the floating hands are neat. Yeah, it's weird. But, like, it gets the vibe I'd want from it. There's just a handful of little elements of the design that I'm not as fond of. The proportions feel a little off to me, and I'm having a hard time pinpointing where that is. I think it's somewhere in the legs. Hoopa feels more like one of those legendaries created just so they could get one more legendary. I mean, I think you could say that about quite a few legendaries. I think you're still good, though. I still enjoy you. Come here to Zygarde. How you feel about that? I think 100% Zygarde I like more. I think I like Xerneas more. Like you more than Deontay. Just got a whole true of legendaries in the A tier here. I think it needs that big center hoop. I think so. It gives this sense of, like, it's got just at its very core, just a gate to untapped, unfathomable power. I think it works. Yeah, okay. I think I'm okay with that. And then Volcanion is also here. What are you supposed to be? Step combination based on steam engine of the bronze arms, functions as artillery weapons, and may also be pulled from a resin bull. Okay, so Bulbapedia has no fucking idea. These can come apart into cannons. Has no tie to legends. It's just kind of there. It's also a very, oh god! What are those proportions? Why is its midsection so much taller? That looks weird. You look at it from the front and it's okay, but as soon as you realize just how lopsided that is, that's bizarre. Volcanion redesign. I mean, that's a little better. That's funny. Yeah, not many of these are speaking to me. Well, the whole joke is, you know, Steam? I don't know. I have never thought about this Pokemon before. And now that I am, I don't really feel a need to continue. There's nothing about its Pokedex entries that speak to... Yeah, this is just a weird side Pokemon. I guess aesthetically it's not the worst thing in the world. Its body layout is a little weird, but it's not, like, offensive to the eyes. Toss you somewhere like... HM Slave? It's an HM Slave. I think if it wasn't a legendary, it would get higher. But the fact that it is just... That's just weird. Now, I want to spend a second, like, actually looking over all of these, because I might want to move where the lines of the tiers are. So that's fine. I still have no idea what the hell to do with Diggersby. We have more Everstones than we do Pokers. Oh yeah, I knew this was going to happen. I knew the second that we jumped into 3D, there would be a massive dip in where the majority of Pokemon were, because that's how you have held for ages. I believe it's the first time, yeah. I think every generation there's always been the most in the top tier for me. Oh, no! Gen 2 had more Everstones than Pokeresses as well. And even then, that's not because this was a bad gen, it's just this was a very top-heavy in general. That checks out for what I've felt about this generation for a while. I think we'll leave this for now. This is probably one I will revisit, like, once I've had some time to stew on this and move things around a little bit. So let's switch gears. Because I think one of the biggest reasons that, like, the baseline Pokemon are a bit more lackluster is because so much of the design space was moved over to the Mega Evolutions. There's not too many of these. Let's go over them real quickly. It's weird that they are in alphabetical order. Okay, how do I handle that? Go back to... Can I just get to a list of Mega Pokemon? Yes. Okay. So yeah, I think we're gonna do this in Pokédex order. Just go all the way down. And before anything, I think we need to talk about just how the design thought process changes for Mega Evolutions, because it does change. Because this is no longer, oh, these are creatures evolving in an environment to adapt to whatever things come their way. This is, okay, what happens when you essentially inject a creature with steroids, when you're trying to push a creature past their limits? I think the best Mega Evolutions do that. I'd say, I think Tyranitar's is pretty good for that. It's like, it's actively hurting the Pokemon because it's pushing it so much further than it's supposed to go. Starting with the Venus. Do these have Pokedex entries, by the way? I can never remember. I think they do. Where do I find those? Well, I'm not crazy for remembering this, right? They do have... Are they here? Chat, am I remembering this correctly? Do they have Pokedex for these? There we go. Okay, well that's nothing. Alright, but Mega Venusaur, unfortunately not starting out in the strongest of ways. Kind of just gets a few more leaves and a flower. Which, at first glance, it can be hard to tell if you're looking at a Mega Venusaur or a regular Venusaur. And I just don't think that's particularly impressive. For what this should be, I'd actually put Mega Venusaur in Frustration. I'd want this to be crazy. Like, that's what you want from Mega Evolutions. Like, make some floral extra aspect. Yeah, something like this. Where it's actually, like, vines with mouths coming out of it or something like that. Yeah, the tree is getting a little bigger, though. That doesn't feel good. Compare that to, say, oh, I don't know, Charizard. I don't need to explain this one. This is fantastic. Just the fire has superheated to such a point that it's gone blue. That's a great way of showcasing that, okay, this has been pushed past the point it should be at. The fires are burning so hot, its entire body is chicken charred because of that. I think that one's fantastic. So cool. Anything from the Pokedex? Mind Great Intense Blue Flames. Charizard, why? Eh. When you see it in flight, actually... Like, this just looks outright worse. And I feel okay judging it based off of its 3D model, because that's where it's introduced. Just this single weird dorsal fin right there. Why is that there? That looks so weird. It's just the fact that it has to compete with Charizard, Mega Charizard X in the first place means this thing's doomed. But even then, I don't think this looks that good. I think the arm wings just feel kind of stapled on. I appreciate the bigger wings. I feel like they should have lit the wings on fire. If you want to have something that competes here, just light the wings on fire. Here? There. Yeah, that feels good to me. Mega Blastoise! Again, pushes it much further than it should ever be at. This was the goofiest thing you can think of. Okay, what if it had 3 guns? Sorry, this is a lot of going between. Particles of 10 guns, tough backlights of percent of the color from the firing in a cannon. Mega Blaster is simple but cool. I agree. I agree. Something's keeping it out of S tier for me. I'm having a hard time putting my finger on why. No, yeah, this cool. It works. Much better execution of Turtlebug Gun than normal Blastoise, in your opinion? I can see it. I think I wish it was on all fours, and I just really heavily leaned into the main gun. I think the arm cannons look a little silly. I think that's what's keeping it out for me. If you put this on all fours, maybe make it a railgun and put it on all fours. Just something ridiculous like that. Still cool, though. Still cool. Alakazam. I'm the fondest of Alakazam. Where did I have Alakazam? Remind me? Everstone. Okay. Scrolled way too far. 1 second. Recommended second edge lost all strength in its muscles. Its hidden psychic power has been unleashed. Let's get birth, life, birth, and death. That's cool. I get what you're going for. And I think it's working. I think the beard is not... there's a part of me that just wants something more. I don't know what it is. Maybe if it kind of like phased in and out of existence while you were facing it, or something like that. Like he still just spoons. Like I know is the theme that they're tripling down on. At least he's levitating. The levitating's neat. Got that back from Abra. Not intimidating in the slides, but that might be the point. Yeah. Maybe make it so, like, that back crest of his is kind of shattered and floating off. As if he's got so much information in there that it's actually breaking his brain apart. Something like that. Or just make his eyes white as well. I feel like there's more you can do to showcase unlimited psychic power. Gengar! Which, first off, before anything, shoutouts to the shiny for fixing one of the most egregious shinies throughout Pokemon. Because that looks great! It's a shock of white. Love it. Love the third eye on it. I like that its body structure kind of makes it look like it's dragging itself across the ground. That's neat. Oh, it's facing through the ground, has a third. Yeah, I agree. Agreed. Strangely enough, one of the Pokemon games from the 3D model. I see it, yeah. Where's the back end of its 3D model? I kind of wish, instead of having this tufted outwards, it just fully flowed backwards into the ground, so you get the sense that it's so much bigger. Like, it kind of just leaves it to the player's interpretation how much of Gengar is under the ground. Yeah, exactly. I agree. Tailextelia, I wish it was just longer. Still think it's good, though. Like, it's a great looking Mega Evolution. I would put it above Blastoise, but not quite up to that perfection. I do think the tail is silly. Kangaskhan! I think the concept for this one is too funny. I don't need to read the Pokédex entries for it. This is just hilarious. It levels up, and the kid just gets up and fights on his own. That's so funny. And the fact that the mom barely changes... I don't think the mom actually changes at all, does she? Yeah, no, not in the slightest. It's just the kid. That's so good. Pinsir. I really appreciate just how batshit insane it looks. Like, the expression on the eyes, just the yellow, just stripes down. Absolutely losing it. Can't save. Excite pierces enemies with 2 electrons for shredding them. Flies speeds of approximately 3 miles per hour. That's surprisingly low for Pokemon. Looking at opponent, Skiddo 10 times heavier than itself and fly with ease. Yeah, this is a great Mega. This is fantastic. Like, the main body doesn't change much at all, but just the simple fact of, okay, Bug gets wings. Yeah, yeah, like you say. Give me a previously grounded Pokemon... Wow. Previously grounded Bug Pokemon wings is a very cool idea. I think that's awesome. Yeah, like a little bit more than Mega Charizard X. As cool as this is, I do wish the wings weren't as, for lack of a better way of putting it, like tracing your hands to make a wing. Could be a little better in that regard. Regardless, still cool. Gyarados. There's a dark type, not flying. Right, yeah. What was your deal? Mega Evolution also affects its brain, leaving no other function except its destructive instinct to burn everything to cinders. Love the Pokedex entries like this one, for the Megas. Just like, oh no, this is unnatural, this is wrong, we shouldn't be doing this, but power though. Show me the... Okay. I think one big thing that breaks this for me, I wish the expression changed to match just the sheer anger. So maybe go blood red eyes or something like that. Bigger fangs, perhaps. I think bloating it works for me. I like the idea that just overflowing with power, this thing just wants to break everything, and that's actually causing it to swell. I think I want a little more expression work there. Still decent, though. Still decent. I would put this... Or Garrett? Oh, there you are. Probably a blow. This might end up as like a top of Everstone deal. Well... I'll leave it there for now. I might move it down later. Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl I'm not fond of. This one's too messy for me. Part of its body has become stone. Some scholars claim that this is Aerodactyl's true appearance. is more vicious than ever. Some say that's because its excess power causes it pain. Mega Evolution awakens some dormant genes, bringing back the sharp rocks that once covered Aerodactyl's entire body. Like, I don't think baseline Aerodactyl is even that great, but doing this... Like, I don't think this looks good. Like, maybe if the whole body were made of rocks like that, that could look pretty sick. This is what I'm curious if people have done a better version. No, no. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, no, none of this is selling me on it. It just doesn't look good. No, thank you. I was disappointed when I first saw this. Mewtwo! Which, first off, I really love the juxtaposition of Close Quarters Fighter and All-Out Psychic. This is a Pokemon that makes sense to have multiple evolutions like that. And you know what? I think they're both pretty excellent. I think they both communicate what each one is supposed to be. Show me the sprites. I think... Okay, now that I'm looking at the sprites... Not as fond of bulking up Mega Mewtwo's legs but keeping the arms the same. That looks bizarre. I wish he hadn't skipped Arm Day. Let's make him a bit wider. Y looks super alien and unknown. I think that works really well for him. I think both Megas look very gross. I think in this instance, that works really well for Mewtwo Y. Just this weird alien creature that's just starting to lose the form of its body. It's kind of what the Pokedex entry for Alakazam's was trying to claim, but actually showcasing that. I don't know, his head and eggplant fingers also make him lose something. I think the handle works. Kind of... I've always interpreted it as like some kind of psychic loop. Just some weird... like, oh, by having the loop, the energy was able to coalesce further, or some bullshit explanation like that. Oh, why'd you point out the condylar veins? Oh, no. No, yeah, I see him. Ah! The fact that its arms get shorter, too, I'm not fond of that. Or maybe it's just holding them up and that's just a perspective thing. Mega Mewtwo X redesign. Much better. Don't know what the hell this little dick tuft of fur is. I still want a bit more bulk on the arms, but that's better. God, you really ruined it for me with that Conkeldurr comparison. I think Y is at the very least better than Alakazam. Maybe there? I think looking gross might be a cool way to design towards. I think that philosophy works, but not for Mewtwo, if that makes sense. Or rather, if you're wanting to make a gross Mewtwo, make it so that like its genetics are falling apart and it's becoming more like there's Dittos falling off of it or something like that. Mewtwo X has stretchy limbs? What? X stretchy. Huh. Oh, that's... That's a bit goofy. Or Luffy, I should say. You know what would have been a cool Mega Evolution? If it, like, organically grew a carapace that resembled the armor that Giovanni put it in. I think there's good for now. Stuff remove, it always does. Ampharos! Ampharos fixes what it lost! Previous evolutions had that whole cool thing with the static electricity wool. Completely dropped it for no reason, but it gets it back! They realized they messed up, pressed undo, and you know what? It's pretty neat. Yeah, I just think this one's good. Solid Mega. About there-ish? Yeah. Scissors. Ah. Never been as fond of this one. Like, in my mind, if I picture a Mega Scizor, I go in either two directions. It either becomes kind of like a fusion with Scyther, getting back what it lost there, like getting the wings, maybe its legs become blades. Or you just triple down on the Crushing Claws and make them, like, absolutely enormous. Like it's got a Clauncher on both arms or something like that. This just... This doesn't even look more dangerous, is the thing. Like, oh no, it's sharp, but it also looks like a children's toy. Looks like it would be harder for it to move around. No, Scizor's always really disappointed me. This is another got away safely for me. Don't know what the hell that's supposed to be. Doesn't go far enough. That's not bad. I like this more than what we got, at least. Okay. Repeats utility. Hey, it finally got one. Over Scyther. It's been so long, but it finally had its day in the sun. Heracross. Oh, hello. Oh, that's fun. I didn't know it could do that. I love that. It's got this little, like, just arm needlers, almost? Terrible soreness in its muscles. Yeah, I like to transition to just a different form of beetle that looks more intimidating. And the weird, like, arm cannon things, I think actually are a nice touch. Let's hear Sprite. Oh, don't like the yellow butt. Why is that there? That looks kind of ridiculous. Like, why not make it the same red color as the face? That's... what? Why... Why do you have assless chaps? I don't understand. Face strikes. Oh, yeah. Now that you mention it. It's got the same eyes. When, like, it really shouldn't. You know, it'd be a really cool way of doing this? Split that bottom horn in two and make it so the horn is covering the eyes completely. So it's super duper strong, but it's now blind. Or something like that. Get some CADS vibes in there. Yeah, that bit of yellow in the eyes aren't doing the most for me. But I also think those little arm things are cool. Well, we'll put it here. We'll put it here. Then on his stomach is to release any built-up heat. Oh, okay. Well, then why isn't the butt yellow too? Ah, it's fine. It's fine. Houndoom. Get significantly more bone. Red Claws and Tiptoe are melting from high internal temperatures that are painful to Houndooms. I love stuff like this. It's pushing past its power. Can't handle that. It's what I'd argue Megas should be. I do wish the bones looked a bit more... painful's a weird way of saying it, but... like, it was growing out of him and not being worn by, if that makes any sense. Oh, you know what? Another thing? I really wish that the horns, instead of going upwards, had kept going around and were starting to grow into its body. Like, I know that's something that can happen with, like rats with their teeth, or, like certain types of goats, where the horns will get so large that they'll start piercing its own head, because it's wrapped around. I feel like that would have worked really well here. As is, it's still neat. I like a lot of aspects of it. Like, the forked tail is pretty cool. And they're neat bones. I just think it could do more with the idea. Here. There. Yeah. I think that's fine. Tyranitar. Tyranitar's is so extra, but I love it for that. Just, it's got so much power that's literally splitting its body apart. I love the return of, like, the Pupitar eyes on its chest. That's so cool. Yeah, I really don't have much more to say about it from that. I think it's one of the best megas. Takes the idea and just runs with it. This is a Tyranitar that has been pushed way past its limit. Put it right there. Doesn't beat out the others because I do think its back looks a little ugly. I wish there was a few more spines here. Especially when it's supposed to be bursting out of its back. Still cool. Still cool, though. Blaziken! Goes from chicken to rabbits. I do like it more than baseline Blaziken. I think the curved upwards crest fits the feeling of speed more. And the kind of armbands out of the wrists, that's neat. What was the Pokédex for this one? Non-existence. Sure. That's fine. That's fine. About... Well, this is where this gets hard for me, because I'm trying to judge these based off of how well they do the idea of Mega Evolution. But they're also standard designs of their own, and I'm not the fondest of Blazikens, but I think for the idea of what a Mega Blaziken would look like, I think this is good. I think this is very good. Gardevoir. Just gets big dress. Your Pokédex entry is insane, right? Or non-existent. I remembered that incorrectly. Honestly, not the fondest of this one. It just gets a bigger dress, and that's about it. Well, no, I'm sorry. I should correct myself. It also made it so that the single boob crest became a split pair boob crest. Very different. Very different. I think that one's a bit lame. Like, it's not offensive, but it's lame. You're better than me. No, that feels good. Mawile. Weird Pokemon to pick for a Mega. But you know what? I think it works. Just let's give it two mouths for some reason. Why not? Fresh about violently as if they had a will of their own. One dash from them can turn a boulder to dust. Solid. Just super solid. Put it right here. Here. I think the purple pants are a bit weird. I kind of wish that something more happened with the humanoid half of it. Okay. Aggron. Another roar can be a little hard to tell at a glance, but it gets super big and tanky. Give me sprites. Oh! Oh, don't like that. That... the, super, what would you even call this? The hyper-extended segmented tail is not doing it for me. And the rest of its body doesn't really change drastically. It kind of just gets an extra set of plate on top of itself, and it kind of just looks clunky. It is a very chunky boy. This is true. Gives me a little bit of Mega Venusaur vibes. I wish it did a little bit more. Another Mega that I think would look really great if it fell back on all fours. And this became the ultimate tank. It does a little more than Venusaur. We'll make this the first HM slave. I think that feels about right to me. Medicham! For what it's trying to do, not the worst thing. You know, I kind of like this one, actually. Like, it's very clearly not an evolution. Hang on. I like the multiple arms going off of it. Get some neat Hindu vibes. But the rest of it's kind of just an outfit change. Like, I get some beads and a turban, and that's kind of just it. But the hands are cool. I like the hands. But you're right there. Yeah. Manectric, oh god, I don't need to think about this one. This thing is hideous. Just how, what were they thinking with this one? This looks so stupid. This is the most rigid lightning bolt plastered onto its body. Like, you could have had, like, trails of electricity shooting off of the back of it. But this thing looks like it would fall over from the sheer weight of this metallic lightning bolt armor thingamabob on its back. It's trying to look intimidating. It looks ridiculous. Why did I close that? God damn it. Banette, Banette's great. This one's just freaky in the best possible way. Like, the puppet is starting to become undone, and there's something underneath that's starting to poke out, this weird, angry red creature. I love Banettes. That is very easy. Nah, Mega Banette's sick. I'll give it top spot for now. Need Pokedex for this one. And you have cursing power percent. It can't help but curse its own trainer. Increase its vindictiveness, and the cursing power is held back by its zipper comes spilling out. Yeah. Fantastic. 10 out of 10. Well done. Well done. Absols gets much fluffier. And some wings. When this Pokemon whips when it far on its back, it sends an intimidating aura flying at its opponents. Not able to fly. Hates fighting, so it dislikes changing into this form. Faint-hearted people expire from shock at the sight of it. Just going heavy on the Grim Myth for this. Not the fondest of the emo girl hair drooping down, but I like the wings a lot. I think the wings are a nice touch. Trying to give off Guardian Angel vibes? A little bit, yeah. I see it. Anything specific? The way it's... There's an angel, monster, sinkers, heads, and there's body of a lion, let's just pray, spirit, also giants, and one people. Really? Oh, one of these things. Okay, I can kind of see it. That's kind of neat. I don't know if it's intentional. That's kind of neat. Think here. I like the ideas, but it's kind of just the wings. And face is weirding me out. Looks too... Yeah, exactly. You know, I would have loved for a Mega Evolution. Remove its expression altogether. Just make it a blank yin and yang as its head. That would have been sick. Latios and Latios. Is there any difference between them? I don't think so. I've never been forced to check. Their shinies are like slightly different colors, right? And yours is green. And yours is also still green. Never mind. The eyes are different colors? Oh, okay. Regardless, I'm not the fondest of these ones. Mostly because of how they're utilized in-game. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, I might be misremembering, but the whole kind of sword mechanic in Omega Ruby and Alpha Sapphire, it makes the Mega Evolution feel a little too, just mundane. Like, it's not particularly dangerous or impactful for the Pokemon. You can just kind of turn that on whatever, and the Latios or Latios is fine with it. I'm not as fond of that aspect. They do also kind of just look weird. I get what they're going for kind of like the jet engine setup. I think it's the wafer thin arms for me. I've never been that big of a fan of wafer thin like higher arms and then just having something massive at the end. I think that looks ridiculous. Oh yeah, red eyes, yellow eyes. Okay. Still basically the same Pokemon. I think either way, I'd want them to look differently, more differently than that. Yeah. Garchomp. Garchomp's, if I remember I think this had a sick Pokedex entry. Excess energy melted its arms and wings, transforming them into giant scythes, sending it mad with rage. Carves its opponents up with the scythes in both arms. Yeah, fantastic. Great thematics for it. And it just looks cool. Especially with the... Like, this is the kind of expression work I wish was done with more of the other ones. Because this thing looks like it's just about to tear you apart. And that's fantastic. Also kind of looks like it's splitting apart. In the same way that's just the Tyranitar is. No, yeah. Mega Garchomp's fantastic. Super, super cool. To the top you go. Lucario's. Looks like it's wearing a suit. Oh, God. It does. I can't unsee that. Oh, no. Oh, God damn it. I'm just seeing it now. Yeah, because usually my attention is drawn to the massive freaking sights. But yeah, that is such a suit, though. God damn it. Okay. You lose a few points for that, because that does look legitimately silly. About there? Yeah. Lucario. I think Lucario's works. Like, for what Megas are supposed to do, there's a good reason this was, like, one of the introductions to the concept, because it's just, okay, here's the Lucario that's just uber souped up and ready to kick your ass. Everything from, just the black patterns going across its body, the dreads shooting out of its head, the red coloration on its fists and legs. Like, this is an excellent Mega Evolution. Not as fond of Lucario itself, but, like, this is exactly what Megas should be trying to do. And Abomasnow. It's always looked bizarre to me. So are these like arms? Or are they like turrets? What's going on here? Please have a Pokedex for me. Nope, they don't. Strats. I get an anime shot, or it's using them to attack or something. It looks like it was shoved through a paper shredder multiple times for each layer of its... I don't even know what to call this. I know it's supposed to be fur, but... This looks like the cupcake wrappings. Hello, Evertoon. Definitely looks more tanky, but hold on. Abomasnow. That's definitely what I meant to spell. Yeah. Nah. Not really feeling this one. Which is a shame, because I feel like the direction they went was pretty cool. Just bringing it down on all fours. It's what I've been asking for several of these other ones. Just gets on all fours and gets ready to attack you. But they... I don't know what these, like, castle turrets coming out of its back are. Not the fondest. Not the fondest at all. Beedrill. Beedrill looks pretty cool. Takes, like, Ledian's sort of, like, head helmet. Every single one of its limbs turns into sharp spikes. The wings splay out, and obviously the giant stinger. I think it looks ridiculous, but it's a cool kind of ridiculous. Something like that. Just some scientist went into a lab and like, okay, how can we make this bee have a stinger from every point possible? Pidgeot. Never understood this one swooping crest off of its back. Is there like a trivia origin for that? Punk hairstyles? Okay. I like the extra coloration they add to this. Helps differentiate it. But it's kind of just... I'd expect more. Fly continuously for 2 weeks without resting. For a Mega Evolution, it kind of just strikes me as a regular evolution. Like, it's kind of in that same vein that, like, Mega Venusaur is. I just don't know how you'd, like, do better than this. Maybe more... No, I do know how to do better. You give it multiple wings. That's what you do. Give it like a Crobat kind of situation where it's got 4 wings flapping at once. Or something like that. I don't know. Or just make them, like, stupidly long. Like, hilariously. Like, make its body tiny and, like, double the size of what the wings are. As is, I want a bit more. It does do more than Mega Venusaur, at least. That's not bad. It's just kind of there. Mega Slowbro. Oh my god. Just one of the goofiest things they could have possibly done. And they absolutely nailed it. It's like, it Mega Evolved, yeah. But all the energy went into the Slowbro. So it's just awkwardly staying there. It's slowly being consumed. This is... I love the idea behind this. It's so good. Easy S tier. Steelix. I did not realize we were making a Gen 5 Legendary here, but okay. This one annoys me, because I feel like they had, like, 3 separate awesome ideas here. And instead of committing to one, just like, alright, we're gonna go for the crystals, or, oh, we're gonna do these orbiting steel plates around it. Or just make it, like, a super heavy-duty, like, drill, shovel thingamabob. Try to do it all at once, and it's so messy. Which is such a shame, because I feel like if you just committed to any one of these, it would look amazing. But they tried to have every single cake possible. That is just a big nope. No thank you. Not a fan of this particular one. Yeah, no, it looks ridiculous. Not in a good way. Sceptile. One of favorite Pokemon of all time. Love that it became a dragon. But why, upon becoming a dragon, did you grow a Christmas tree? Because when I hear, okay, make Sceptile a dragon, my immediate thought is, okay, go back to what Grovyle was doing with the kind of, like, leaves off of the arms, and get like a Noivern kind of body structure where it's got, like, arm wings. That would have been so cool. But no, they went for the tail, which was already the weirdest kind of stapled on aspect of Sceptile. Or maybe that's Sprite. Shoots off the tail's missile. Oh, I know. I'm aware. Dragons and Pokemon. Christmas trees, palm trees, and apples. Indeed, they are. It sucks, because I love this Pokemon. But so many things, aspects about this are just kind of bizarre. Like, it's this weird X structure around its ribcage, and that's about it. It's just kind of odd. Although the Mistletail is fun. I'll give it credit for that. Like, the first time I saw that, I was howling with laughter. Go about there. Mega Swampert. I don't need to think about this one. This one accomplishes everything that I wanted Gyarados to do. Just, okay, what if we took a Swampert and injected it with as many steroids as physically possible? Like, this is just straight up unlimited power. Love it for that. No more goofy expression, it's gonna crush you. Although the back fin is a little bit weird, now that I'm looking at it. How does that look from the back on a Sprite? That's a bit... Oh, you looked so good from the front. Okay, the back fin looks a little bizarre, but I think I'm still keeping them up here. Just what if we gave the fish all the power? Sableye! I think Mega Sableye is really funny. Doesn't change much about itself. It has just found the biggest gem and is so pleased. And that's literally it. Oh! It's the jewel in its chest. Just pops out. Oh yeah, there's even a hole there. That's cool. I like that. Shows that... Another fun way of showing the overflowing power going into something that isn't the Pokemon itself. It's the gem inside of it. I like this a lot. Yeah, go all the way up here. I think this is excellent. Very fun twist on the concept. I find the big thing I'm appreciating here is if it's very clear to tell how the excess energy is affecting the Pokemon. Like superheating it, making it break apart. Actually, I'm gonna drop Mega Beedrill a little bit because of that, because it just gets... always spiky for no reason despite that. Like, okay, Wings burst out. The Kid absorbs it all. The fucking Shelter absorbs it all. That's so good. Sharpedo! Not the fondest of this one. I think the nose, like teeth, just kind of look ridiculous. Spines regenerate, yeah. Battle, Mega Evolution runs through them, causing it sharp pain and suffering. So kind of just... kind of mixing in some Swordfish-esque vibes to this. Let's go back to Atmospheric. XY, we're almost done. Yeah, I'm not a fan. Sorry, Sharpedo, I'm just not a fan. Because I feel like if you're going to expand off of this idea, isn't the obvious answer to just, like, give it, like, jet boosters of some kind? Like, why is it bladed? If anything, this should be, like, slimmed down to a point so it can, like, launch itself at people like a lance. Or give this Mega Sceptile's tail, make it so it can launch its nose off as an extra torpedo. I don't know. I think it looks kind of stupid. Almost there. Camerupts. Honestly, just really solid. The dormant volcano erupts. Makes perfect sense. Looks pretty cool. Can't really add more off of that. I understand the idea. You accomplished the idea. Well done. Yeah. Altaria becomes a Dragon Fairy by getting super duper floofy. God, I hate that not all of them have Pokédex entries. Does give the vibes. I do appreciate it for that. Just overwhelming. Its head is literally in the clouds. Yeah, I like it. It is a cute. Yeah, maybe this is better. About there? About there. Yeah, that works. Glalie? This one is hideous, but this is the kind of disgust hideous that I actually really appreciate. Like, if you want to make a gross Mega Evolution, this is how you do it. Its jaw has literally shattered apart. Yeah, it just spews an endless blizzard because its jaw is literally broken. It can't even eat anything anymore. Fantastic way to do that. Love this one. Salamence. This one has always looked ridiculous to me. Since Falcon gets sliced until its Pokemon continues its flight without interruption. Its brutality, it's been dubbed the Blood-Soaked Crescent. Okay. Badass. Side shelter to stream itself for flight science, flight at high speeds over all kinds of topographical terrain. I think it's these metal band like things that make it look like it's like a paratrooper or something. That's always looked ridiculous to me. I get what it's going for, though. It's going for a super sleek, like, blade-like design so it can just fly through and slice anything it passes. And that aspect is neat. What's your sprite? Gosh, I've never been fond of Salamence's wings. They look so stupid. Mega at least looks better. I mean, it's doing well with the design it has. I just think the original design's kind of stupid, and it's doubling down on that. But it's doing good for what it is. If only there were a variant of Mega Salamence in a future region that capitalizes upon this. How do I think Roaring Moon compares? Roaring Moon is fantastic. Like, this is so much better. Just the baseline looks a little dumb. Not the biggest fan. Mega Metagross. Really like this one. The stationary tank, suddenly he's able to float up and chase after you. That's just cool. Can I, like, fire off its arms as projectiles? That'd be sick. Where's the Pokedex? Or is this a ruthless Pokemon clutch your enemies is necessary? Once this one starts the countdown to a big explode. Oh, that's fun. It's a matter of further fusion as well. That's interesting. Yeah, it's neat. About there. About there. Yeah, no, duh. Mega Rayquaza, like, just look at this thing. It's a lot, but it's a Mega Evolution. I think that's fine. Although, hold on. I will say, the way it flies, when it's Mega... Where? I'm sure there's a picture of it somewhere. Got the shiny Mega too. Oh. Hang on. Mega, Rayquaza, Flying. I remember this moment. Where is it? This thing. This looks silly. Was not a big fan of this. But apart from that, yeah, no, this thing's epic. Okay, 4 more. Lopunny. Why do you have ripped stockings? I don't. In what way is the Mega... God, I hate this Pokemon. I will say, this almost gets into the point of, like, swapping over to Ironic and Join, because it's so stupid. It's hilariously stupid. Still can't stand it, though. Glade actually tries to do something. Gardevoir wasn't. I don't think it's the most impressive of results. But, like, at the very least, the Blood Red Blades is pretty cool. Any Pokédex entry for this one? While we're at it, I gotta know. What's the Pokédex entry? Uses its ears like whips! Sure. Yeah, they know exactly what they're doing with that. Oh, that's hilarious. I think lower end of Everstone for Glade, but, like, it's at least trying to do something bigger. About there. Audino, why? Well, sure, okay. It's so funny to me. They went to the efforts of giving it a whole-ass Mega Evolution, and even the Mega Evolution still looks really dull. It's honestly impressive. I don't think you're hideous, but I would never want to keep you. I'm dropping you down. I think there's no spines are hideous. Yeah, something like that. Red Horn goes to the light to represent wearing its heart on its sleeve or something? Oh, for Mega Glade? Oh! Oh! Oh, I like that. Oh, you got to move up a few points for that. That's actually pretty cool. I like that. And last but not least, Diancie. So what I've been asking my brain a lot for these is, okay, how is the extra energy, like, applying to the Pokemon? Where is it going? I do think it kind of makes sense for the Gen 6 Legendary to be able to handle that regularly and just grow more grand and powerful because of that. I do think that genuinely works. You know, yeah. Again, I think for what Diancie is supposed to be, team count what I want from the fairy Pokemon, I think this works. Well, maybe I'm giving Diancie too much credit. You know what? Yeah, that's it. I just came up with the thought process for the fairy type, so I'm trying to really heavily double down on that. Be like, oh yeah, I'm principled by this idea I just had 2 hours ago. I will stick to it. Why are there teeth? I'm sure they're probably not supposed to be teeth, but why are there teeth? You know what? I actually kind of like this. It's right next to Garchomp. Garchomp's wearing the suit, she's wearing the dress. Fairy type is girl type because, of course. I want to argue, but at the same time, I mean, some of the, like, there's 3 examples that argue against that. But, yeah, you're right. Okay. I think I'm feeling good about this. Yeah. What I think really makes the Mega Evolution strong is when they're implementing the intake of extreme power in a really fun way and showing how the Pokemon reacts to that. Maybe its jaw breaks, maybe it grows wings, maybe the giant gem in its chest pops out and it starts hiding behind it. That's hilarious. I'm moving you up a couple places. That's so good. Yeah, I do think this is where, like, the lion's share of the design process went for Gen 6. Because, like, comparing the two of them, it does seem like they were just having more fun revisiting old designs than coming up with new ones. Which I think is fine. Like, I love Mega Evolutions. I might actually go back for the whole Zygarde game that's coming out at some point if they add in new ones. I really liked that mechanic. It was cool. But we will see. We will see. Alright, and that's Gen 6. We have entered the 3D era. Definitely a downturn for the designs overall. I really think the 3D models have done massive damage to the series overall, but there's still some good stuff in there. Trevenant on top? Of course Trevenant's on top. Who in their right mind doesn't place this tree in the highest of tiers? Crazy people would, I tell you. Absolutely crazy people. But yeah, next time will be at Gen 7, which is probably my favorite of the 3D games. So we shall see how that ends up. But until then, farewell.